Completely understand. This side of the property looks like a mess. So we can make a fight.
Yes. Okay. Have to check in.
What application are you here for? There's an agenda here. No, it goes, he hits it green.
Oh, okay, there it is. Okay,
Now I'm gonna start recording, so you
all right. All right, I'm on the wrong agenda. Helps to have the right agenda, right, Mom? The City of Bridgeport Inland Wetlands and Waterlands and Watercourse Agency will come to order. It is Monday, June 29th at 6:05 PM. The first order of business is to introduce the members seated tonight. To my far right is Ali Akbar, Cesar Cordero, Vice Chair Bob Morton, myself, Chairman Mel Riley. To my left is Secretary Bob Filote and Johanna Dorrigan. All right, we can call the first item, please.
We're using this agenda from the newspaper with just Michael Street on it? We're using this one. All right, sorry. First item on the agenda, IW 26-06, 100 Vincelet Street, Mustafa Umar, the construction of a single-family dwelling.
Yes.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Kate Throckmorton, Matt Pop's partner at Environmental Land Solutions. Matt is away this week, so I'm here to fill in. This is a project of 100 and Vincelet Street. It's on for an acceptance. We have some basic information, but we're going to be looking for some more information. It is right adjacent to the Horse Tavern Brook. We suggest that we'll write a staff report with some specifics on the information that's missing, and we suggest that it go to a public hearing.
Public hearing, okay. Is there anything you'd like to add this evening?
No, no more.
All right. Thank you.
Should we vote?
Yeah, we'll vote. Oh, let me read the disclaimer wherever I put it.
Yeah, this one, Adrian,
No, I have a disclaimer about we have lost power a couple of times today, so I have a disclaimer here that I have since buried. Oh, due to multiple outages in City Hall today, there is a possibility that power could be interrupted during this evening's meeting. If the power is lost and cannot be restored promptly, the meeting will be adjourned and any remaining applications will be continued to future meeting date. To minimize the impact of potential interruptions, the Commission will vote on each application immediately after the public hearing for that application has concluded, rather than waiting until the end of the agenda. This will allow each matter to be completed before moving on to the next item whenever possible. We appreciate your understanding and apologize in advance for any inconvenience caused by the circumstances. Thank you. And let the minutes show that Soledad Nunes has joined the meeting. Okay. Do I have a motion to
oppositions on this?
No, it's just for acceptance.
It's just, okay,
So we want to make a motion to accept for a public hearing.
okay. I make a motion to accept for a public hearing.
Do I have a second?
It was already seconded.
Who? Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It's accepted for a public hearing for our July meeting. Okay.
Next item on the agenda, IW 26-04, 70 Griffin Avenue in Southern Connecticut Gas Company for a modification of a previously approved utility bridge install.
Good evening again. Kate
Good evening.
Throckmorton for the record. Again, this is a gas utility crossing of Island Brook. This has previously been approved. They decided that it needed to be modified, but we would recommend that it be approved with the same conditions as it was previously approved.
Okay, that's simple. Thank you. Motion?
I'll make this for a public hearing.
No, this is to approve.
Approve.
I'll make a motion to, Ali makes a motion to approve, I'll second.
Okay, you second? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Pardon me? Ali Akbar.
Next item.
The motion carries. Okay, oh, sorry, yeah.
Next item on the agenda, IW 26-05, 150 Frenchtown Road, of Mustafa Umar to construct a new single-family dwelling.
Same one?
Different one.
The other one.
Yeah, this,
Same builder, different house.
Good evening. This is a similar house on Lake Forest. We are looking for some additional information that is missing on the application. I think we spoke to staff. We'd suggested this get postponed. There's a steep slope drop off of the road, and it's not clear exactly where the shoreline is, so we're looking for more information on this.
okay, well, we will continue this until next month, since for a public hearing. Do I have a motion?
Motion to continue for a public hearing.
Did you get that, Nick? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? It will be heard in July. Okay.
Next item, IW 26-03, 20 Michael Street, of V&L Properties LLC to construct a single-family dwelling.
Good evening. This is another single-family dwelling, similarly on a brook. I think the applicant has already suggested a postponement. We have given them some suggested information that we need. Again, wetlands line, top of bed of banks. This is a disturbed lot, and we need some clarification on the material that's on here today.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion to continue? Solid makes a motion to continue.
Second.
Bob Morton, all in favor?
Aye.
The motion will be, the item will be continued until our July meeting. There's no other business. We do have, since we've already made the decisions, is there any other business that should rightly come before the commission? April minutes, do we have enough for
April
April?
26.
I didn't hear you.
I don't think that was
Let's see, I'm looking at that. Ali, Bob, Johanna, me, yeah, we have enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have enough.
Okay.
Will someone make a motion to approve the minutes if they? Ali, do I have a second? Do I have a second to approve the
Oh,
minutes?
second.
Really, you can't. You're the secretary, you can't. Johanna? He can't. He's the secretary. He can't approve the minutes. All right, thank you, Johanna. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? The minutes carry. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
so moved.
Thank you, Bob. Second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. We can now go right into planning and zoning since it is 6:15.
We're gonna go with the June 29th.
The June 29th agenda, yes.
Are we going to executive session?
Yes, thank you. All right.
What are you looking for? Maybe in your bag.
Yes, he is. All right, our first sort of into business tonight is to introduce the members seated. To my far right is Soledad Nunez, Ali Akbar, Cesar Cordero, Robert Morton, Vice Chair, myself, Chairman Mel Riley. To my left is Bob Filoni, Secretary, and Johanna Dorgan. The first order of business this evening is we're going into an executive session to discuss the City Council disposition of 157 and 171 Golden Hill Street. So we will go into executive session and be back shortly. Thank you.
Someone has to help me on the stairs.
Role in this 824 referral. The next thing I'd like to do is just read this brief statement so everyone's aware of what's going on. Due to the multiple power outages at City Hall today, there is a possibility that power could be interrupted during this evening's meeting. If the power is lost and cannot be restored promptly, the meeting will likely be adjourned and any remaining applications will be continued to a future meeting date. To minimize the impact of potential interruption, the Commission will vote on each application immediately after the public hearing for that application has concluded, rather than waiting until the end of the agenda. This will allow each matter to be completed before moving on to the next item whenever possible. We appreciate your understanding, apologize in advance for any inconvenience caused by the circumstances beyond our control. So, thank you. All right, first item, please.
Next item on the agenda, 8-24 referral, petition of the Office of Planning and Economic Development, OPED, requesting under Section 8-24 of the Connecticut General Statute a favorable recommendation to the City Council for the disposition of 157 and 171 Golden Hill Street.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Good, good. So I'm here, I'm asking for the approval for an A24 for 157-171 Golden Hill. City is looking to dispose of the property. There is a developer who is going to probably try to put in 74 units. 20% of that will be affordable. So I'm asking you for the approval, positive vote.
So a developer would combine the lots, the developer would combine the lots.
Combine the lots, become one
and make
parcel.
one lot.
One
and,
parcel.
And the proposal is to build 74 residential units, 24 of which you said.
74 units he's hoping to get.
Okay. And how many? 20%?
20% of that will be affordable.
Affordable housing. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's pretty straightforward.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Would anyone like to speak in favor of this referral? Anyone opposed? Okay, step forward, ma'am.
How are you, Commissioners? I'm Maria Pereira. I represent the 138 district, but I'm concerned about this LDA, and I'm assuming that all of you have read the proposed land development agreement for these parcels. And if I can, I'd just like to give you these. These are the actual information about those parcels, including what the city of Bridgeport paid for them over 20 years ago. I should say what the taxpayers paid for 20 years ago. Need a new system. Everybody should have 157 and 171 because they are two parcels. You guys have which one? Yes. I didn't give anybody 157.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's 171. I'm sorry, let me, if I can, I'd like to explain to you why I'm concerned. These were purchased by the city of Bridgeport. They were not acquired through a foreclosure. And 157 Golden Hill Street was purchased in 1999 for $82,000. And I hope you would all agree that any parcel has gone through the roof, its value, over the last 20 to 22 years. By the way, if you look, it is only 0.05 acres. Okay, and if you've not gone to look at the lots, they're right across from the Golden Hill Courthouse, and they're very small and they're kind of slender. There's not a lot of depth to them. Okay, 171 Golden Hill Street, taxpayers paid $450,000 for it in 2000. Again, we just saw property values go up 60% just in the reval, overwhelmingly. The land agreement wants to sell it, both parcels, for $250,000. And taxpayers paid $432,000 for these parcels over 20 years ago. So that to me just makes absolutely no sense. And one parcel, as I said, is .05, the other one's .16 acres. I just am trying to understand how 74 units are being built on this. I'm clearly guesstimating there would be 0 parking, which is already crazy, as you know, around Golden Hill Courthouse. And my issue is really, how did taxpayers pay $532,000 for these parcels between 20 and 22 years ago? Again, these were not foreclosures. Apparently, we have something called the Bridgeport Redevelopment Agency, which is like a city private entity where they spend money to buy parcels. And I just think we always have to be conscious of the very overburdened taxpayer in Bridgeport. And if we paid $532,000 for it 20 and 22 years ago, and we know of no property, and we're saying right now that if we sell it for the $250,000, that the properties have depreciated by 53% in the last 22 years. Give me any parcel in Bridgeport that's depreciated by 53% in the last 22 years. At minimum, shouldn't we at least get what taxpayers have paid for it after 22 years of increased values? I think it's a disservice to the people that we represent. And these lots are .5 and .16, and we're building 74 units on it. And a very highly trafficked, Golden Hill Street. You ever go by there in the morning? It's crazy. It's for those reasons that I oppose it. And I also want to tell you, 80% of AMI is not affordable. Unfortunately, they use Fairfield County's average median income. If you don't know what that is, it's $101,000 a year. Do you know what Bridgeport's average median income is? $56,000. So when they're saying they're affordable, they're basing it on Fairfield County's AMI of $101,000. That is not the average income of Bridgeport. And so is it really affordable? No, but you're using Fairfield County's number, and we should do everything in Bridgeport, I think, on Bridgeport's average median income, which is $56,000, and then you would do a percentage of the $56,000. The HUD says no more than 30% of any human being's income should go to rent or a mortgage and utilities. When you're using Fairfield County's AMI of 100, which includes Westport and Darien and Easton and Stanford, right? They're going to say, okay, 30% of 101,000 is considered affordable, and that is not affordable by Bridgeport standards. And we can do better in these agreements. I've never voted for a single tax break in the city of Bridgeport because we're not doing what's right by the people we represent. We do a lot for developers who don't live here, who don't, they're here to make money. I get it. But there should be a give and take, especially when we're giving city-owned property that Bridgeport taxpayer paid for. And by the way, who's maintained that property for 22 years? Cutting it, taking care of it. Who's done that? Bridgeport taxpayers. So it's why I'm opposed to it. I want affordable housing, but 30%, telling somebody 30% of 101,000 is affordable, that means somebody's making $80,000 a year. The average median income in Bridgeport is $56,000. So thank you for those reasons.
Thank you. Anyone else? Rebuttal? Pardon me? In favor? No, we already did in favor. Rebuttal?
Can I yes, please?
Are you going to rebut instead of Mr. Perez?
Excuse me?
We only got one rebuttal. So are you going to rebut instead of Mr. Perez?
I am rebuttaling what the councilwoman just spoke about.
Instead of Mr. Perez, you only got one rebuttal.
Not Mr. Perez. I'm the city councilman with this property is being.
We're only on rebuttal. You get one rebuttal. Mr. Perez can rebut or you can rebut, but no, not both of you.
I will rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
We're not here to discuss sale price of real estate. We're here to discuss the zone, whether or not this is something that you guys should be dealing. I don't think the committee should be concerned on sale price or not sale price. We're here only to talk about
That is true.
the zoning. Has nothing to do with the price of cabbage.
We are only
We
concerned
never
with,
said that, so.
No,
you know,
no.
Why are you even talking about it?
well, because she's rebutting someone who said it did.
No,
Yeah, so
Okay.
you know, I heard a lot. We do have an appraisal. We are going to sell for appraisal value. We'll be in front of the city council very soon, in front of contracts and economic committee. At that time, the city council will make their recommendation, whether they agree or disagree with our sale price. The councilman from this district, this is Mr. Cruz, has met with the developer and he has no problem with this happening in his backyard.
And my colleague don't either.
And
Denny's
yeah,
don't either.
Denny's Taylor Moore. So both council people have met with the developer. They're happy with the transaction and they're happy with what's going to happen in their district.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the matter is, see no other, well, the matter is closed. Discussion? A motion?
I think it fits into the master plan.
Okay, so that's a motion to approve?
Yes.
I'll
What-
second that.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The 824 is approved.
Next item on the agenda, C1 26-06, 156, 164 DeForest Avenue, petition of Dr. Joan Miller seeking a special permit and a site plan approval to operate a small-scale educational urban farm on a 0.23 acre property in an NX2 zone.
Good evening.
The last time I was here, this has been postponed to today. I'm not sure what else I can say.
Name and address.
Yes, please.
Name and address.
My name is Joan Miller. My address is 156-164 DeForest Avenue in Bridgeport.
Okay, so remember last time there was some controversy over, not the farm so much as the chickens and how many chickens you were allowed and how many chickens you had.
That's no longer an issue.
All right, that's why we're back. Please explain. How is that no longer an issue?
So the chickens have been donated. Everything has been taken down. The health department has been there and has signed off. The case is closed, whatever they had open, as well as the animal control. So there's no longer an issue there.
Okay, so there's no chickens?
No chickens.
Okay. I guess, as I recollect, that was the issue that the neighbors had and we had. Anyone else have?
So there won't be, there will be only crops,
Correct.
gardens,
Just
no
a
animal,
garden.
no livestock. Okay,
Just a garden.
All right,
I think it's fine.
all right.
As
Anyone have anything else? Would anyone like to speak in favor of this project? Is anyone opposed? Step forward, please.
Good evening. Councilwoman Anita Martinez. I represent the 139th District, which is the district that this permit is being sought for. I am not against it as long as it is going to be a garden. The application and under the listing still states urban, educational urban farm. So perhaps that is something that may need to be rectified through zoning and corrections to be made. If it is only a gardening portion on that acre of land, we're in total favor of it. Totally against an urban farm.
Well, we can always put a condition on it that there be no livestock.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are in favor of an educational
which
gardening.
the applicant has
purpose.
agreed to, so.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much. Yes.
That it?
against,
Rebuttal, if you need one? Okay, thank you. The matter is closed. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Motion to approve with condition.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Do I have a second?
I second, but with the conditions.
Okay,
No
Johanna.
livestock.
No livestock, just garden.
Guest garden. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
Next item on the agenda, 26-08, 110-118 Congress Street, petition of Jonathan Gonzalez seeking a site plan approval and coastal site plan approval for the construction of a mixed-use 22-story building in the DX2 zone and coastal area.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Luke Morrow. I'm a professional engineer with Solely Engineering, office of 501 Main Street in Monroe, Connecticut. Here tonight representing the applicant, who's Jonathan Gonzalez, for a coastal site plan application approval for a mixed-use development at 110 to 118 Congress Street. And I do have abutters notices, green cards to hand in tonight. So a brief presentation. I'll try to keep it brief. I know you guys have a lot of items on the agenda tonight. And I do have a presentation if anybody wants to kind of follow on the screen. So very briefly, site's located in pink in the middle of the screen. It's at the northwest corner of Congress Street on Housatonic Ave. It's in the DX2, which is the downtown support district. It's bound by, on the west side is a small parking lot and a vacant building. North side, it's a vacant grass lot. East side is Housatonic Avenue and your fire headquarters. And then the south side is Congress Street and another vacant lot. Existing conditions, not much to show here. Pretty much the whole lot is developed with a building. There's a small loading area with access off of Congress Street on the south side of the property. And there's also doors to enter the facility also located on the south side along Congress Street. It's a 3-story building. There are no wetlands located on the property. However, it is located within the FEMA 1% annual chance floodplain, which is also the 100-year floodplain, and that's with a base flood elevation of 12 feet. The existing building itself is at finished floor 11.6, so under current FEMA measurements, it's actually located below the floodplain elevation in its current state. We did submit a CAM application with a bunch of supporting materials. I believe you all have site plans, reports, application forms, narratives, etc. The CAM application does indicate there's only one coastal resource located on the property. That's the coastal hazard area, which is the FEMA a 1% annual chance floodplain. Just to repeat, so it's clear, the following coastal resources are not located on the property: beaches, dunes, bluffs, escarpments, coastal waters, developed shorefront, freshland waters, wetlands and watercourses, intertidal flats, islands, rocky shorefronts, shorelands or tidal wetlands. All of those coastal resources are not located on or immediately adjacent to the property. It is just the FEMA 1% annual coastal floodplain. As such, that's the only applicable item that was kind of addressed as part of our CAM report.
Well, he also states, therefore, we recommend that the commission condition any approval of the proposal to require the applicant to provide this means of dry access, egress, as well as evacuation plan for building residents to follow the event of a flood.
Yeah, I'm going to get into site and grading, and I'll address that as
Okay.
well. Very briefly. Yep. So the project itself, site plans on the screen. It's a 22-story mixed-use building. The footprint is just over 10,700 square feet. The total area is about 234,000 square feet over the 22 stories. Bottom 2 floors are going to be a mix of commercial tenants, little bodega, little supermarket, hair salon or barber shop, stuff like that, and also some amenities for the tenants. The top floors from 3 to 22 will be a mix of 305 studio, 1-bed, and 2-bedroom units. There is a one-way circulation drive shown on the site plan. That would be off of Housatonic Ave, counterclockwise pattern to a loading area located on the west side of the building. Garbage refuse area in the form of a compactor would also be located there, away from the street for aesthetic reasons. And then also 4 parking spaces provided for maintenance vehicles on site as needed. Access to the building will be provided, a little bit difficult to see, but you'll see all these little triangles located along the building frontages. So there's 3 sets of double doors down to that'll lead to an outdoor staircase to Housatonic Avenue. 3 sets of doors in the south facade that'll have like a little terrace level above Congress Street with a retaining wall for access via stairs, and also ADA access to Congress Street, and then also 2 sets of doors to the supermarket area, and then the utility rooms in the back. So as part of our design, the building has been raised to a finished floor of 13, which is 1 foot above the FEMA floodplain elevation of 12. It's good practice. It's also, I believe, a requirement in the city of Bridgeport. So our grading and our stormwater management design was specifically done to get this building outside of the floodplain and basically flood-proof it for the future. The drainage itself has been designed in compliance with the City of Bridgeport Stormwater Management Manual and the 2024 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. I mentioned the finished floor. As you had mentioned, Chairman, there was a condition of approval recommended by both city staff and also DEEP that the building provide a dry means of egress for residents. I will note that all the doors on the south facade would be at finished floor 13. The doors on the west facade also at finished floor 13 that provide both an ADA ramp means of egress to the public right-of-way, and also a stair as well. So all those doors do provide, and the current design does provide a dry means of egress for residents and any business patrons that would be in the building. And in the event of a flood, they could proceed west along Congress Street to higher ground further outside of the floodplain. Also, one of the conditions was that the applicant provide a detailed evacuation plan for residents, something they would get when they move in so they know which doors they should use in the event of a flood. We have no problem doing that, and I believe it's going to be required as part of building permit review anyway, and I'm sure FEMA in their review is going to require something to that effect. So we have no problems providing that also as a condition of approval. Just a few matters in terms of drainage design and the stormwater management as it applies to the coastal area resources regulations. The design itself brings an existing non-compliant building into a compliant building because we're raising the finished floor from 11.6 to 13. So we'll be, instead of 5 inches below floodplain, will be a foot above floodplain. The state reviewed it. I believe their only comment was for the dry means of egress, and then for the emergency evacuation plan for the residents, which I said we have no problem doing. The development itself, in terms of stormwater management, it does result in a decrease in impervious area on the site, and we're also putting in underground detention chambers and other stormwater quality mechanisms. So not only are we reducing the amount of stormwater runoff from the site, we're also improving the water quality. So while there are no tidal resources directly adjacent to the property, they are in the vicinity, and ultimately it should have a net positive impact on the coastal area resources nearby the site itself. There's an underground detention system, 25 chambers. It's designed in accordance with the latest Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. So there's a certain amount of volume we need to hold on site and recharge the first 1.3 inches of rain. The system has been sized accordingly to handle that, and I believe it's been reviewed by engineering. So With that, that's kind of what's before you tonight in front of, as far as the CAM application goes. I do have plans for site and landscaping. I'm not sure we want to go through those. I certainly can, if you will, but it's going to be serviced by public utility connections within Housatonic Street. Areas of the site that aren't paved, we're going to have a mix of native species, drought-resistant plantings, so we don't need any type of irrigation or anything like that. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer
I
them for
didn't
you.
see it anywhere here. I'm just curious. How many parking places you going to have for
So
305 apartments plus?
4 parking spaces on site for maintenance vehicles. The regs themselves don't require
I understand.
parking spaces. There is agreements kind of being made with our developer, with neighboring property owners to try to secure some land to provide an off-site parking garage.
So there's no, well, there's no parking.
There's no, as part of this, no.
There's no
Those
parking.
applications, and I believe there's been conversations with city
there's no
staff as well, with the
designated
understanding
area for
that's something that needs to be ironed out, but not part of the CAM review specifically.
So there's no parking provided.
There's no
What we're
parking
looking
provided?
at- What we're looking at.
Well, right now, there's no parking provided on
Well,
site.
it's 4 spots for utility vehicles or something like that.
That is correct.
How many apartments are in the whole building?
How many apartments? 305 are proposed.
305.
No
And
parking.
there's no parking. 6, how are people supposed to get their groceries upstairs and
So,
downstairs?
Jonathan, I might call you up to help answer some of these questions, but the question is where are the residents going to park? And I know there's been conversations with, I believe the city of Bridgeport owns land to the north. There's been conversations about a potential parking garage there. There's also an owner down the street, I think a block away on Congress Street, trying to secure rights to build a parking structure there. But if you want to add anything to that, that's kind of where we stand right now.
Sure. We
Yes,
have
your name-
Identify yourself
name
and
and
address.
Jonathan Gonzalez. Sorry, Meriden, Connecticut. Anything else? Sorry.
Street address.
140 Spring Glen Drive, Meriden, Connecticut 06451.
Thank you. Proceed.
Sorry. So we were in talks with the city to see if anything about the surrounding area, since there's empty parking lot across the street and behind us. But in the meantime, to address any parking, even though we don't need it by right, but at the same token, we have been accommodating that. We have a property up the block that it's not so much just in talks, where once we close this building, we're going to acquire that one. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the property. It's the one that's across the street from the police station. It's currently being leased by the police station. So the lease is going to be up soon, and that would be phase 2 of what we're trying to do. So our idea would be to do a multi-level parking garage there, and obviously have these guys design that aspect, and we'll be in front of you guys. That's kind of be a phase 2 in a sense. We're hoping that the city works with us with the property behind us before we have to do that one, because I'd rather not do a 4-level with residential on top, maybe 2 with residential on top. But if we aren't able to work anything out with the city to acquire land on either side, we have some parking up the block that we plan on working on as well.
The first floor retail would be street parking only
Correct.
too, right?
Any handicap parking?
Sorry, say that?
Any handicap parking available?
I'm not sure. We had it previously. We had to readjust because we had to allow for emergency access around the building. But I'm sure that's something we can put in the front, opposed to, is there on-street parking? I'm not sure.
I'm not
Not
sure
on
it's
the
on-street
area.
parking, but it's not
Not
ADA
as-
compliant.
not on the area.
If there is. So considering there's no public parking, I don't want to say there's not a need, but by code, if there's no public parking,
It's not
we
a
need
requirement.
ADA.
We know
But if we
that.
do provide a garage with 200 spaces, then I believe you would require at least 6 parking spaces for something like 200. Then we'd be under ADA code, and we'd be required to provide the minimum amount of ADA required for public
How
parking.
much retail space, how much office space, and how much rental space?
So it's in schematic design level, but this is a breakdown, and because I'm sure we can't read all these numbers, I can give you an idea. So orange at the top, identified as likely a grocery tenant, about 4,700 square feet. Just to the right of that, the purple on the right-hand side, pharmacy tenant of just under 700 square feet. A bank or a financial tenant in green, another 700 or so square feet.
Excuse me.
Quiet, please.
Cafe tenant in pink on the bottom right corner, 785 square feet. Deli, it's in the brown on the bottom left, that's about 560 square feet. Barber shop in yellow, about 780 square feet. So those would all be leased spaces to commercial.
And those are suggested uses.
Those are, yes, right, we have to go through a complete building design and formal site plan review with the town for that. Yes.
And you don't have tenants for those.
We no tenants identified quite yet. Yep. And then just quickly, so the second level shown on the left-hand side, that's a gym and a theater, yellow and orange. I believe those would be reserved for likely people, tenants within the building, not a public movie theater. Those are about 2,500 and about 1,000 square feet, respectively. You got a game room at the top in pink, about 1,200 square feet, and then a chapel, some shared office space. So the chapel's in brown, bottom left. Therapy room, 600 square feet on the bottom left in green. A community room, about 1,200 square feet in purple, and then some shared office space, about 1,750 square feet, which might be leasable and also used by, the leasing company as well. So second level, mostly amenities for people in the building. Bottom level is more street level, commercial, retail type of stuff. And then everything above that is residential.
Do you think this is too intense for that area?
I was told we can go 35 stories. I just stopped at 22.
Well, you could go 100 stories.
Yeah.
You can do what you want to do, but I mean, it's only a little piece of,
I mean, if you wanted something smaller, but yeah, but
I don't want anything. I'm just
I hear that.
trying to figure out how all this is going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
good
a
for you.
question. Did you guys did a traffic analysis based on this, that you want to have 300 units and also plus all these commercial? It's over here.
She's on.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, so did you guys have like a traffic analysis for this? How congested this possibly could be, having commercial and all these units? When you have clients coming in, you also have the employees, you have the residents, you have visitors.
So in terms of CAM review, traffic analysis isn't required, and I'm not using that as a cop-out, but part of the answer is we have to figure out where parking is going to be located before we can do a full traffic study. So that's part of administrative site plan review, where engineering, planning and zoning, police will do their detailed review. It's not part of CAM application.
And this
So to answer your question is, yes, we have to provide a traffic study. We have to identify where the parking facilities will be located. That'll be reviewed by the planning and zoning and engineering staff as part of administrative site plan review.
But it hasn't been done currently. You haven't done that.
It hasn't been completed yet because it's not required for CAM.
It's not a
And the
requirement.
This is just for CAM. This is just for coastal area.
Okay,
site
and the
plan
police
approval.
department is about like a block away from this location? Right up the block, right? Okay. And you guys have with the police department they park at, you also have access to that property for parking? What you said about that?
So they currently they're leasing the property.
Oh, they're leasing to them?
They're leasing up on like 2 years, I would say. So the plan would be to build at least a 4-level parking garage. That's the same concept we're trying to do with the land behind it. We're still actually trying to go for that. They do a RFP on it. Our plan is to try to acquire that. We have submitted similar proposals to them to show that we're going to do 5, 6 levels of garage, and then if they want to put them on top.
But this is just like a hypothesis, like you guessing a possibility, not something that is
Well,
concrete.
it's only a possibility with the city. It's a definite goal. So the city's a possibility. Hopefully they say, yeah, John, we need some parking garages. But we have been working with them in the sense that they have noted that there was parking needed when they passed this regulation ordinance, that no parking, they knew that they would have to adjust and eventually put parking garages somewhere. So we are in talks with that, and they said that they do need something training like that, then that's something they would have to move forward with. I offered, to do it ourselves, so I have submitted something to show what we're willing to do with the land behind, that.
Okay, thank you.
But just, for what it is compliant, right, in terms of density and parking, it is compliant with the regulations, right?
Yes.
So I understand while there's a want or a need by regulation, it's not required, but we are looking to provide the parking as asked.
I understand it's a compliance, but let's say you put an office building there, you put a house building there, you need parking. You still need parking.
yeah.
I mean, there's no argument about that. Just the traffic that comes off the connector there,
Yep.
that goes by there, just to try to get past all this other traffic. And that's another thing, you don't have a traffic study.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff here missing that, we should have more information.
Well, understood, but this is a coastal area site plan application.
This is a coastal area site plan.
Yeah, so.
And it's a flood zone. It's hazardous.
Yeah, but that's why we're raising the building above the flood zone elevation. We have a letter of,
That's all we're doing.
I mean, we have a letter of approval essentially from the state saying as long as there's dry means of egress, they don't have concerns, which we do. Right?
All right.
And understood and documented your concerns, but I'm sure when we get through planning and zoning and engineering, we're going to have to address these items because we understand
Yeah.
300 residents need somewhere to park.
Okay.
Understood.
Anything else on coastal?
It's a flood
This is
zone.
here for a coastal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also for what it's one step in the process, right? Jonathan's going through and he's got, due diligence periods and stuff. We have to show progress so we can make sure this is still a viable
Right.
project. So we need, we're moving forward with approvals. It's going to be iterative. We're not digging a hole tomorrow. It's
Right.
going to take
I
some time to get
understand
funding in
this is
place,
not-
and we need a lot more permits from the city to get through
Right.
this. This is the first step.
We understand that.
So, okay.
Would anyone like to speak in favor of this? Is anyone opposed? Step forward, please.
This is gonna make downtown.
Try to restrain yourself from mentioning parking because
But we could talk,
parking is not our issue. You can talk about it, but it has
we
no
could talk
impact
about
on us.
safety, though.
Yeah.
Let's stop talking about 305 units that can potentially have over 600 residents, right? If each unit has just 2 people? Hey, how about people with physical disabilities? How about veterans? We're talking about, you're going to have a massive issue. You have all this ground floor retail. We just heard about a big supermarket. I don't know how many of you shop in the supermarket and you don't have any way to get your groceries home, but you're going to have double parking. It's going to be crazy because it's not just 305 units. We can just look at 2 per unit. That, you are creating a safety issue. And then I just heard people can walk up a hill a block away where they might get some parking. And we got the police station here, we got the fire station here. We have the Geds development right there on the corner that didn't have adequate parking. What are we doing? Because, and I also want to know, we know the tallest building in Bridgeport is the MIT Bank, right? MT Bank, M&T? At 18 floors. I have 2 buildings in my district that are 10 floors, seniors, disabled 1, whatever. I'd like to know what has been done to coordinate with the emergency services in the city. Do we have fire apparatus that if there was an emergency in this 22-floor building, that people would be able to be rescued? I think these are important questions. We don't have anything that's ever been 22 floors that I know of in this city. So I think these things need to be vetted. Excellent. I mean, you have the connectors right there, and I think this could be a real safety issue on a number of fronts. Now, I did want to tell you that when I was looking at the application, I noticed it was submitted by Jonathan Gonzalez, and he's not the property owner. Okay? So then I looked lower down, and if you look at the first page, it was endorsed by the property owner. Just so you know, I pulled. You know me, I'm always looking up stuff. Here's the property card. This is who owns the property. It's owned by Northeast Film Storage LLC, and so I looked it up on the Secretary website, and there's only 2 principals.
Oh, it's 2?
Yeah, because the first is the vision appraisal of the property, and then you have to look up who's that LLC, okay? And the LLC, there are 2 principals, but it's not his applicant. He's endorsed it. My understanding is that this gentleman here, this is who owns that parcel, is looking to get financing. And so the property's not been sold to him until, so I'm trying to understand how somebody can have applied one of the biggest projects in my 17 years since I've been a public servant, and they're not the owner of the parcel. Although you can see on the very bottom of your application, apparently one of the principals has endorsed the application, but I thought only the property owner could submit an application. That's where I thought that was the statute, and I thought, I thought that was not allowed. It had to be the property owner, not somebody looking to purchase the property. That would never be tolerated in, let's say, Stratford. If you don't own the parcel, you know, so, and you can see right at the bottom, I just caught this when I was here, the owner has endorsed it, but it's not his application. So I just think there's a lot of concerns. I loved Mr. Caesar's, Commissioner Caesar's remarks. You need a traffic study for sure. You're going to do all retail on the first floor, so those people need parking, right? You're not all going to be downtown shoppers. Remember the grocery store we had downtown that went out of business quickly? So I think you guys need a lot more information, and I am concerned about the safety aspect, especially having now what would be the tallest structure in the city, and not with bank workers, with people who will cook there, who will sleep there, who will light candles. I mean, these things need to be considered, and that's, I ask you to do your due diligence around that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Councilwoman Anita Martinez, represent the 139th District. As a committee member to contracts and as a member of Economic and Community Development, this here has not come before us. I have to say, whether or not the contract for the police department parking lot is up for renewal or not, it doesn't give anyone the right or the opportunity to look forward to take in thought that that property can be theirs for development. I think this is a very busy area. We have Stratfield Apartments there, where there's a senior housing, and if you all drive through there during the daytime, the traffic is horrendous over there. There's actually no parking. We also have Golden Hill Courthouse, where people go to court. There's no parking. We have Connecticut Renaissance in the same strip, no parking. I mean, there's a lot of areas, a lot of buildings in that area where parking is actually needed. And I'm going to sentiment the same thing as my council colleague. I also looked to see who the owner was, and it doesn't look like the actual owner of this property was the submitter of the application, which I myself believe that the actual owner has to submit the application because this property hasn't been sold yet. And the city of Bridgeport hasn't even received anything to vote on for demolishing approval of this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ernie Newton, 139th District, President Pro Tem of the City Council. I've seen a lot of things in my day, but this one takes the cake. How could you come here and give a proposal, not on the property, whole lot of answers have to be answered by the City Council? I don't understand how you all are even listening to it, because the city hasn't made no agreements to sell no property for parking, nothing like that, to even be involved in it. So I would have thought, the first place, I would have bought the property if I'm so serious. Second thing, I would have came to the City Council with economic development to lay out their plan. That's the process. They put the cart before the horse. To come here to get you all to approve something that they haven't done their due diligence in doing it the right way. And I will be in touch with our economic development team tomorrow to read them the Riot Act, because this shouldn't even be before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my name is George Cruz, City Council member of the 131st District with this property is being proposed. I just want to say that.
Address, please.
Excuse me?
Address, please.
Oh, 249 Black Rock Avenue in Bridgeport. I stood up here earlier in support of this, and I still support it. I'm just very, all the things that I've heard, the extras. That's not anything that I had heard of, and my colleague, I'm sure she did not hear of. This needs to be further discussed. I would ask to table this and leave it for another day. We need some more serious information before we proceed with this, before this comes to the council. We don't want this to look like a Barnum and Bailey circus. We want to make sure that whatever we discuss and vote on is going to benefit the community. But all this other extra across the street and all around area, it caught me off guard. So I would ask that this be tabled for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jeanette Herron, City Council President, 133rd District, 202 Arlington Street. I know Jonathan, I've talked to him. We've had a lot of good conversations, so has the council. This project is not feasible. When you start to hear that, oh, it's compliant, if you want to build a property that's going to hold 350 people, 22 stories, you have to think about parking. I had Testo's restaurant in my district. We stopped it from being built. The owner lost the funding, and 2 years later, he didn't have the funding. Now it's starting to be built because he had to get a partner. We don't want to continue to have parking lots in our city. We want these lots built, but we can't have it done like this. And I think we can have those conversations. To move forward right now, I don't think it's feasible anyway. I don't agree with my colleague to table it. I think to stop it and then let them come back with the right information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Rebuttal?
Oh, someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see.
Hello, good evening. Councilwoman Kayla Medina, 64 Core A, Bridgeport, Connecticut. I echo all of my colleagues' words. One of the biggest things that I was thinking about as well was if we're going to have a parking lot a block away, that excludes the elderly, that excludes people in wheelchairs. They can't pull themselves up that hill. But then also there'll be no handicap parking for them in the front, in the back, on the side, wherever it may be. So I just wanted to say that, as President said, I don't think we should table this. I just think this should be a done deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Am I missing anyone? Okay, now rebuttal.
Again, Luke Morrow for the record. Just a few comments in rebuttal. So there was a question about police and fire should have reviewed. We did have a staff coordination meeting. We were given dimensions of a ladder truck. They were submitted as part of your packets. So the truck turning templates are included in there, and there has been at least high-level review completed with other community services departments. In terms of the owner needing to sign as the applicant, the owner doesn't have an interest in this to develop the property as Jonathan does. If he did, then he would be the applicant for this project. I think, if you think about it, nobody would purchase a property for potentially millions of dollars without doing their due diligence and getting their permits first before they have the option to buy the property. We do hundreds of applications throughout the state every year. The applicant is almost never the owner because they have an interest in developing it, and they're not going to outright buy a property until they know they have the rights to build it and address it. So that is actually very common practice in the state of Connecticut, and I would assume very common practice in the city of Bridgeport as well. I think we've heard from both the commission and from council members and the public, there's a concern with parking. It's been noted, it's documented. We reiterate that the city's own zoning regulations do not require a single parking space, right? We didn't write the regulations. It is code compliant. The height, 22 stories. It's code compliant up to 35 stories, as Jonathan had mentioned. So, understanding that there's perceived issues with the height of the building, the number of units, the parking spaces. It's compliant with the zoning regulations that were drafted and adopted, right, by the commission here. So that's a matter for someone else to determine whether they should be revised or not. But I think it needs to be stated for the record. The parking itself and a traffic study, we've been told at our development team meeting, we're going to be required to have to do a traffic study. We're going to have to do that when we're figuring out where the parking lot is going to be located. In terms of a coastal area management application, I don't believe there's any purview to review parking for this specific application. I think the commission can be rest assured we don't have any ability to do any type of building, construction, demolition, until we get through an administrative review, which has to address emergency management. It has to address building code issues. It has to address parking. It has to address ADA. It has to address lease issues with other properties that need to be all encompassing. This is the first step of the process. And there's funding that has to also be stayed in place. So this is just the first step in the process where we're just saying, or do we have the approval to construct a new building that's above the floodplain elevation? There's no other coastal resources located on the site, and DEEP agrees with that. So I think with that, that addresses all the comments that I wanted to abut. But again, for what it's worth, as far as a CAM application goes, I believe parking is outside the purview, and it will need to be addressed, or I know we're not going to get any permits to move this forward from the city of Bridgeport.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Matter is closed. Discussion.
Wait, does he speak?
Pardon?
You don't go? You don't have nothing to say about this? Him?
I'm sorry.
I forgot his name, I'm sorry. What is your name? David. Doesn't David got to say something about this?
Oh, okay. Good. No, I'm sorry. We'll reopen it.
I got you, David.
I didn't see it.
Gonna see.
You're gonna put it in the can. Come back again anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening, Commission. My name is David Cottingham. I'm with OPID. I understand there's a lot of concerns addressed with this property. I just wanted to make sure that I address the decision-making criteria for coastal site plan review. Per section 11.80.7, in reviewing and making decisions on coastal site plans, and decision-making bodies must evaluate the proposal compliance with all applicable regulations and determine whether the following criteria established in section 22A-106 of the general statutes have been met. A, consistency of the proposed activity with the applicable goals and policies set forth in section 22A-92 of the general statutes. B, acceptability of the proposed activity's potential adverse impacts on coastal resources as defined in section 22A-93 of the general statutes. C, acceptability of the proposed activity's potential adverse impacts on future water-dependent development opportunities as defined in section 22A-93 of the general statutes. And lastly, D, adequacy of any measures taken to mitigate the adverse impacts of the proposed activity on coastal resources and future water-dependent development opportunities.
Thank you. I think you've cleared that up a bit. This is here for a coastal site plan review, not for a site plan review, simply coastal. So does it impact the coastal area? Okay. Discussion.
Huh? I'm sorry.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion.
It's only coastal. It's not a site plan.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion 2?
I'll oppose. You oppose? She oppose? You oppose? So 3 opposal.
Are you, there's 2, so. Do we,
And me.
1, 2, 3, 4. Are you opposed or favor?
She opposed?
He's opposed, I'm in favor.
All right. So 3 opposed, and how many in favor?
4.
4, so the motion does not carry.
It doesn't.
Pardon me?
It's 8, so it's 3.
Oh, is it 3? Are there already? I
8?
think there's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 5, so motion carries. Motion carries. Yeah.
Next item on the agenda,
Right.
26-10, sorry. Next item on the agenda, 26-09, 2064 Main Street, petition of Jean Saint-Just, seeking a certificate of location approval for a cafe and lounge liquor permit in an MX1 zone.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Edwin. I'm here on behalf of 2064 Main Street. We are seeking a certificate of location approval for a cafe and bar liquor permit.
What are we doing?
Okay.
2609.
Yes, Edwin Saint-Just.
Is she speaking?
Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Oh, I was saying we're here to seek a certificate of location approval for a cafe and liquor permit for Rendezvous Bar Lounge.
Dave, you got location there?
Are you going to have entertainment in there of any kind? Music?
Like
or
live
food?
entertainment?
Yeah.
No, we're not looking
No,
to do
just
that.
a place for people to come and have a drink. You call it a rendezvous bar.
Yeah, we're looking to create like a professional setting. We're looking to do a lot of networking event as we see that the entrepreneurship crowd is getting bigger and bigger in Bridgeport. So it's really just a spot for people to come and bond with the community, as well as for young entrepreneurs to come and network with one another and, definitely learn from each other. But it's definitely going to be a very cozy and, professional setting. Sure.
You're going to have food?
Yes, we're looking to offer finger food. Nothing major, just really something for people to nibble on during, let's say, an event or just hanging out.
Was that a bar before the location? What was in there before?
Before that, I don't believe. No, it was not a bar.
Maybe next door was.
Might have been.
Yeah.
It was a hair place, a hair store, right?
I think so.
Before it was a hair
A
salon.
hair store?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
What's the closest cross street?
What's across the street?
No, the closest cross street, Berkshire, what street crosses?
North Avenue.
I'm hearing you.
On North Avenue, what crosses?
You got to hit the mic button. Buddy,
I'm
it's
sorry,
on.
it's on. What's the closest street that crosses North Avenue?
Right across from us. I know and the cross street is Main and North, and that's where the old World Greens used to be. And there's a couple of other business right across from us and right next to us.
Okay.
All right. There's a parking lot next to this property. Is that also with your, this is where guests gonna be, not guests. Is it smoke shop? No, the smoke shop is further down.
Yeah.
But on this property, there's a parking lot right next to it.
On the side of the
Yeah, on the
building.
side.
Yeah.
That's where your customers could come and park?
Yeah, and also
Is
street
that part
parking.
of your property?
Yeah, and street parking. That area have quite a few streets parking,
No,
especially.
the
right
reason why I'm
in front of
asking
us.
is because it has, you're asking for a lounge liquor permit.
Mm-hmm.
So what are the hours and are you gonna be hosting events? Like, that's my question.
Yeah, so
That's you
we're-
also answer the parking.
Yes, so we're looking to open 12 to 12. So most of the time that we'll have like a bigger crowd will be when other offices are closed, which create a little bit more space for parking for our customers. And the space is not a space that's going to hold hundreds of people, so we're not looking to have super big crowd, really. And, when we do networking event, we can, we're going to look at, okay, the amount of people we're looking to invite, tickets, and just, be able to make sure parkings are taken care of and is not creating traffic on the cross streets.
Okay, is this 7 days a week open?
Yes.
So 7 days a week from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
Yes.
And how many seats do you plan on having? I know I have the plans in front of me, but
The occupancy is 44.
I just can't open them up. How many seats?
How many seats? What's the certificate of occupancy? It says 44.
It says 44 on the.
Oh, sorry, I have the paper with me.
Are there residential apartments above you?
Okay, this is our site contact. The fire department. Are there residents above us?
Oh, I see.
Yes, so we do have residents above us.
How would you control the noise if you're staying open till 12 on a weekday?
Resident 6.
Yeah, if you're staying open
44
till
occupants.
12 on a weekday for people that are working the next day.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why we want to create that professional environment and focus on networking event to get our crowd in. And typically with networking event, you have to control the noise so people can communicate and talk and mingle. So this is our way of ensuring we get clients and also control the noise, but we're not looking to have another nightclub, especially in that area. I wouldn't be able to support the traffic and the parking issues.
So what sort of event are you having until midnight on a
Mostly
weekday?
networking events. It's something that I've been doing my whole life, attending networking event and seeing how Bridgeport's entrepreneurship is growing. We definitely want to kind of target the young professional crowds, just to invite over and allow them the opportunity to mingle amongst themselves and meet other entrepreneurs. But we're not looking to have large crowd event. Just want to become a spot where people can have business meetings. Just want to be known for that, really. So we're not looking to have really loud music, just fun music, but where people can also hear each other talking. So that'll definitely help with the tenants and nearby businesses.
I mean, with 44 people below you, I would assume it's not going to be super quiet, though, right? If somebody's trying to go to sleep at 9, 10 o'clock on a Tuesday, I'm saying, like, what kind of measures are you going to put in place to control that noise, aside from telling people, please be quiet?
So during the weekdays, we're not looking to have a DJ or anything, so it's just regular music, just like any restaurant, or if you were to go to CVS type music. And during our networking events, which is not going to be pretty late either, so we'll just have regular music. But like I said, we're not looking to have.
Okay, did you contact the residents above? Did you speak with them? Are they, okay.
Yes.
You have anything that you have mailed them? Oh, you gave it to them?
He gave
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're aware, the residents are aware about your proposal of what type of,
Should be.
Yes,
Who lives in Texas?
I do.
You live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
So you're gonna run it,
Yes.
manage it?
Yes.
From Texas or from here?
So he's our on-site contact, but we work together, and I travel back and forth here as well. Yeah.
Ooh. Gotta do a lot of business.
Say that again?
You have to do a lot of business.
Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur at heart, so I do own business in Texas, so I do go back and forth.
And might I ask, you have a listing here of businesses, and there's no city, no state, who are they?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Turn the mic on.
Yeah, hit your mic button, Johan.
15th Avenue?
what she said?
I can't hear anything she said.
Oh, it's not on.
That's no neighbor. Country Club Road, that's no neighbor.
Okay.
This one lives in a P.O. box.
Okay, ready?
Oh. Anyone, any other questions? Would anyone like to speak in favor of this application?
David got something to say?
Yeah, oh, yes, Dave,
The
please.
public
I'm sorry.
hearing. He keeps speaking, keeps skipping.
Would anyone like to speak in favor of this application? Is anyone opposed to this application? Is somebody? Yes. Thank you, Bob.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Alfredo Castillo, and I'm the district, that's my district. I just, that street is a problem. A lot of business come and go. There's no parking there. There's no parking, so I don't know, I don't even know how many people. She said 43?
44.
Where are you gonna put people like that around there? There's no parking. There's Walgreens across the street. There's a gas station right next door. I just don't see it. It's the parking issue. It's gonna have a problem.
Again, sir, I'll just state what we stated before. We don't deal with parking. There's no parking regulations in the city.
Not to knock her, I know she wants to do her business, but I think you're gonna have to find somewhere else because 43 people on that street, that's a main street. And there's a parking, a light there, and you gotta stay on the right on that side where the parking's at to keep going straight because the other one, it takes a left to go on North Avenue. So I can't see 45 people parking or whatever comes in there. Where are you gonna park? And that's the only reason I'm opposed.
Even down that road. All right, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? Rebuttal? None?
What's the square footage? I don't have it here.
Your name and address, sir, if you're going to speak.
Gene St. Just, I'm the on-point contact. I know our city council is worrying about the parking. It's a place that's only gonna take a couple dozen people. And the whole street is business, especially our opening hours gonna be more so when the other businesses are closing. I don't think it's gonna cause an issue for a few people.
All right. Thank you, sir. That matter is closed. Discussion?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I'm not.
All in favor?
I'm not in favor.
Anyone opposed?
I oppose. You oppose.
Do we have 3 opposed?
My concern is the hours.
My concern is the hours in the weekdays.
Hours of operations.
Okay, so it's 5-3. The motion carries.
Next item on the agenda, number 2610, 1552 and 1554 Noble Avenue, petition of Humberto Costa seeking a subdivision approval to create 3 lots out of 2 existing lots in an NX1 zone.
Chair, members of the commission, Raymond Rizzio for the record, office at 10 Saskatoon Road in Fairfield, Connecticut, representing Humberto Costa. This is a straight subdivision application. There's no variances, there's nothing required. So you're more or less acting in your administrative capacity.
Right.
Basically, your regulations read, if you match the regulations, you're all approved. But let me explain to you, I know you got a big agenda tonight, and I'm also going to shorten your agenda after this. So this property's on Noble Avenue. It's been the Costa family ownership since about 2004. There's 2 houses that sit on Noble Avenue. Both these houses, one's a 7,000 square foot lot. These lots together are about almost 20,000 square feet. What they have is they've designed they've designed it so that they can have a house that comes out onto Rose Street in complete compliance with the regulations, no variances. The dotted lines, as you see here in this new lot, is what will allow, is the building envelope.
okay? So they have adequate frontage, they can show that they can put a building within this site, they have access to Rose Street, and what they plan on doing is taking the rear yards from these two properties. Now keep in mind, this lot is over 7,300 square feet, this lot's 6,000 square feet, this lot's over 5,000 square feet. What I did is I went and took some pictures today so that you know, if you've been down Noble Avenue, you know the two homes. We're basically gonna, sorry, better than my old Walgreens pictures. I figured I'd blow them up for you. So basically what they're gonna do is take the yard, the rear yards, and turn that into a home. Now, one of the things that's important when you look at this, if you look across the street, even though this is beyond what you need to know for your decision is based on, do we match the regs? If we match the regs, you approve it. But I just want to show you what we have here. So these are the two homes. What will happen is this lot will be carved out. This lot, which is over, all the lots on the side of Rose Street are 5,000 square feet, 50 by 100 foot lots. This is over 500, it's about 5,300 square feet. There'll be enough room, as you can see, it come right in here. This all gets cleaned up. There was a tenant that had a bunch of stuff there. That's been moved already. And they'll have enough room for a house, multiple car parking, and these two houses will both have their parking and be fronting on Noble Avenue. So the lots conform in every way. Since your subdivision, there's a zoning grid, which is in the application, in the map that was submitted, that shows that each one of the lots fully conform to your regulation. And when you cut this away, there's no variances that are required from these houses, meaning their front setbacks are fine, their side setbacks are fine, and they need no rear yard waivers. For all those reasons, I would respectfully request the commission grant this subdivision because it's in complete compliance with your regulations and in your administrative capacity. This is not a special permit. Your regulations say you need to approve a subdivision. And that's basically my presentation. I'd be happy to go on if you need to.
No.
Does anyone have any questions? Anyone on the commission have any questions? Fairly straightforward subdivision.
Straightforward.
Would anyone like to speak in favor of this?
In favor?
Is she?
She's in favor.
Anyone opposed? No? See no opposition?
Chairman, can I ask you for a quick favor? I have a matter later in the evening. It was brought to my attention by some of the council members that there was concern that I had not known about or heard about or had not been presented to the zoning office as far as I knew. No, there's an application at 67 and 73 Hollister Avenue, section 26-16. I would like.
You would like to do that now? All right, well, but hold on, we have to vote on the previous issue.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. All right.
Chairman, item number 26-16.
Would you call it, Bob, please? Yes,
Hollister
we'll call
Avenue,
it.
I'd like to respectfully request that be continued.
Hold on, Ray. Next item on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
We're jumping to a little further down the agenda here, 26-16, 67 and 73 Hollister Street Avenue. Petition of 73 Hollister LLC seeking a zone change approval and two parcels from an NX2 zone to an I zone. That's it, right?
My name is Raymond, yes, Raymond Rizzio for the record. I represent the applicant. I respectfully request the continuance. It's been brought to my attention by some of the council members that there is concern over the application, which I did not know about. Probably, and what I would like to do is meet with the NRZ, meet with the council people, and then come back before you. But there's no sense in arguing this all out tonight. I think I'd like to straighten out and address any concerns that they may have before we come back in front of you.
Motion to continue.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Matter will be continued.
26-16.
Next item on the agenda, 26-11, 412 Jennings Avenue, petition of Falechi, how do you say it? Descent, seeking a special permit and a site plan review approval to convert a one-family residential dwelling into a two-family residential dwelling in an N2 zone.
Good evening, Commission. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. So my name is Rob Bolito. I'm an attorney with Willinger and Busey PLLC. Our office is located at 1000 Bridgeport Avenue in Shelton. And I'm here representing my client, Fischetti Delasaint, who is here tonight. He is the owner and the applicant for 412 Jennings Avenue. I do have some mailings to turn in to Nick. Also, I would inquire if the commission received the staff report that was sent by Ms. Blackwell by email today from the OPED and Mr. Cottingham. Was that received?
I got it.
Yes.
Did you get it?
I got it.
Do you want a copy?
Oh, I have a copy. I just want to make sure you have it.
It's not in the
Thank you.
package.
Appreciate it. All right, so
Open?
the applicant respectfully requests the approval of a special permitted site plan review to convert an existing one-family residence into a two-family residence with the construction of a rear addition. Now, Mr. Delasaint is a Bridgeport resident. He has resided at 412 Jennings Avenue for almost 10 years. That's his permanent residence. He is a local businessman who owns a construction and mechanical consulting business. He's someone who has ties in the community and was a resident for 10 years. The reason he's doing this second principal unit is to accommodate his family. He has 2 daughters and he has grandchildren who are going to be living there. This is not a situation where a developer's coming in to flip a house and rent it all out. This is a family affair by someone who's lived in this neighborhood for almost 10 years. Now, the applicable zoning regulations to consider here. The subject property is located within an N2 zoning district. The proposed development is regulated as a House B building type pursuant to Section 3.100 of the Bridgeport zoning regulations. The proposal seeks authorization for a second principal unit, which is a permitted use with a special permit approval pursuant to Section 3-100.9. You will see on the site plan there is a zoning compliance table which demonstrates the property complies with the dimensional requirements applicable to the N2 district. For example, the lot area required in an N2 district is 11,010 square feet. The lot area provided here is 11,016 square feet. The minimum lot width required is 45 feet. The lot width provided is 87.9 feet. The primary street setback required is 20 feet minimum. The setback provided is 25.8 feet. The rear yard required is 20 feet minimum. The rear yard provided here is 21 feet. Site coverage permitted is 65% maximum. The site coverage proposed is 41.9%. The building height is 2 stories. It's an existing two-story structure, as the addition will be. That is consistent with zoning requirements. Accordingly, the proposed addition and the conversion comply with the development standards applicable to the property. Also, this proposal is consistent with Section 3.100. The proposed development maintains the residential character contemplated by the House B type regulations. It remains residential in nature, preserves the existing home where my client lives and will continue to live, and expands housing opportunities within an established residential neighborhood. The addition is located primarily to the rear of the structure, minimizing the visual impacts from Jennings Avenue and maintaining compatibility with the surrounding development. You will see that it is essentially a Cape Cod-style house, and it's raised up from the street. The addition will be in the rear of the lot, so you're basically not really going to see it from Jennings Avenue. It's not some monstrosity that's going to dwarf the other houses in the neighborhood. Now, as far as the staff review, we went before the Design Review Committee, and They reviewed the plans, and as I said, the staff review has given a generally positive review. In fact, they said, in terms of their findings of the review and approval criteria, that the proposed special permit complies and the site plan complies with all building setbacks, height, and form requirements. It will not impair future development of the surrounding area because it's a residential use. It will not be detrimental to the existing development of the surrounding area because of its height, scale, design, or method of operation. It does meet building setbacks, height, and form requirements. It includes adequate safeguards to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from any potential adverse impacts. The proposal meets the requirements for this zone. It's not going to have any adverse impact on the neighborhood. It's going to fit in. Also, it's not likely to cause a depreciation in the value of nearby properties. Again, it's a residential use, okay? So, in conclusion, the proposed conversion and addition represent a code-compliant residential improvement project on a conforming lot that exceeds the key dimensional requirements of the N2 district. The application satisfies the requirements for special permit review under sections 3.100.9 and 11.50 and promotes the city's goals of housing preservation and neighborhood investment. For these reasons, the applicant respectfully requests approval of the special permanent site plan review application for 412 Jennings Avenue. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have a picture of the neighborhood?
Is there an adjacent lot to this house where the cars are parked in front?
There is a driveway to the, as you're looking at the house, to the right of the entrance that can accommodate 4 cars. It's basically like a...
It's a cutout.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
But that's not another lot, right? Just a
No, it's
cutout.
not another lot, same lot.
David, do you know of those houses, how many are two families? They're all single families.
They're all single family
Okay.
houses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
But to the
David,
commission,
you have
I
a-
would, I'm sorry.
Would you give us your report?
So this property is like on a hill, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So on a hill and you
In fact,
go
I
out-
can pull up the street view so you can see it.
I drove by, so it's on a
Yeah,
hill.
it's the
so-
house in the middle.
Right. So it's already on a high, like a little hill, like
Yes,
I
that's
said.
correct.
So you guys are going up, not going to the back, extended to the back. It's just going up.
It's
same-
going up, yeah, the elevation, obviously, there's a rise to the lot, but it's not like it's like way, like a cliff or something like that. You could see the way the 2 houses are right there, the way that the slope rises from the street.
Yeah, I mean, driving by, it looks high compared to the other houses nearby. Okay.
Any other questions? David, please.
It's zoned for single family.
Good evening, Commissioners. The petitioner is seeking a special permit to expand the existing single-family residence located at 412 Jennings Ave into a 2-family residence. The property is located within the N2 neighborhood zone and is subject to House B building type regulations. Prior to submitting the formal application, the proposal was reviewed by the city's concept design review process. That occurred on April 9th of this year. During that review, staff discussed parking accommodations, building design, stormwater management, and advised that the applicant of the special permit process that required an additional principal dwelling unit in accordance with section 3.100.9. The application is now before the Planning and Zoning Commission for consideration of the requested special permit pursuant to section 11.50 of the Bridgeport zoning regulations. Just for site context, I know we had it up on the screen a little bit earlier. The subject property is located along Jennings Avenue in an area characterized by single-family development. Located on a single block, it is one of 6 parcels with frontage on Jennings Ave. All 4 parcels located south of the subject site are approximately 75 feet wide at the street. The subject site, however, is roughly about 88 feet wide at the street, so it is a little bit wider than the rest of the parcels to the south. It is also the deepest lot at 131 feet, roughly. And here you can see just kind of the zoning map. Pretty much the whole area is N2, primarily single-family residential. And then as far as the review and approval criteria per section 11.50.6, in order to approve the special permit application, the Planning and Zoning Commission must make the following findings on the record. The proposed special permit use and accompanying site plan are consistent with and implement the objectives and policies of the Master Plan of Conservation and Development. The proposed special permit use and accompanying site plan complies with all applicable zoning code regulations. The proposed special permit use and accompanying site plan will not impair future development of the surrounding area. The proposed special permit use will not be detrimental to the existing development in the surrounding area because of height, scale, design, or method of operation. The proposal includes adequate safeguards to protect adjacent property in the neighborhood in general from any potential adverse impacts. The proposed use is not likely to cause a depreciation in the value of nearby properties. And lastly, environmental impacts to the Long Island Sound will be appropriately mitigated.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you.
So would anyone like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone opposed?
Good evening, Commissioners. I gave you a detailed folder when I first arrived, and you have a lot of photos there as well. This does not comply with the regulations. And, oops, excuse me. Please excuse me. I'm Councilwoman Maria Pereira, living at 80 Granfield Avenue, and I have been studying this for about 60 hours consecutive. We did, just so you're aware, we did host a community meeting at the Beardsley Library, and we put out flyers on every single house on Jennings and adjacent streets. And that was on Tuesday, May 19th. It also, we placed a flyer on 412 Jennings Avenue, because certainly want an opportunity to hear from the applicant. And no one was able to attend. I did go visit his home after the meeting and hoping to chat with him, and I spoke with him by cell phone. At the time, I thought he told me he worked for a delivery company in New York, and he worked very long hours, and he couldn't attend. But we wanted this individual to come, and they weren't able to make it. So 412 Jennings Avenue was at one time in the most desirable zone in Bridgeport, an RA, which was strictly one family. And during a worldwide pandemic, we did a 300-page rewrite of our zoning regulations, and just about every house in the RA zone in the Thomas Hooker precinct was converted into what is now an N2. And an N2 is one family, but you can get a two-family with a special permit, okay? There is not a single house on Jennings, on the street that it borders Tully, nowhere above Ever Street, all the way up to Stratford and Trumbull, is there anything other than single one-family homes. And people make decisions on where they're living and buying based on, and I will tell you, I've had a huge influx of New Yorkers because they don't want to live on top of each other anymore. They want a private backyard for their children and families. So, a home is people's usually largest investment, and they make decisions based on what they believe the neighborhood they're going to live in. So the N2 zone, and this is strictly from the regs, is intended to preserve the physical form of the existing neighborhoods, with lower height houses typical of mid-20th century on mid-sized lots. N2 neighborhood mid-century zones expressly only allow House B building types, as illustrated in Section 3 of the regs, which I believe I gave you a copy. What's the description and intent of a House B? It incorporates characteristics typical of mid-century's house built after World War III. This house was World War II, excuse me.
Please don't say it.
No. You never, with our current president, that could happen.
We don't want
I'm
that.
sorry. World War II, including, and this house was built in 1943, just, you know, a traditional, lovely Cape house, okay? It's located in a rear yard. The footprint is located in the rear yard and accessed off a narrow side driveway. The houses are 1.5, or 2 stories in height, with half stories located within a pitched roof, which is the situation here, and having a ridge parallel to the street. So the half story is not always visible on the front facade, which is this house here. You can't see the half story from Jennings Avenue. Now, I gave you a whole stack of photos, which I numbered. And photo 1, which is the house, and you can see a lot of rock formation in the front yard, okay? This house and the house next to it are the strangest things I have in my entire neighborhood, because they're built at very high elevations and they're literally rock. You can see boulders and rock there, okay? And so it has a very significant decline down to the grade. I mean, it's significant on the front and it's significant in the back, okay? And so that's what you're seeing, and that's the vision appraisal photo. Photo number 1 is from the vision appraisal site. Number 2 shows you it's significantly elevated above the grade due to being built on rock formations, which I guess in the 1940s they couldn't get rid of them, maybe like they could today, but they couldn't then, okay? Photo 3 shows the driveway, which is sloping downward into the backyard, and you'll see large boulders clearly visible at the end of the driveway area, okay? Photo 4 shows the adjacent house, which is worse than this house, 145, officially Tully Circle. It's right next door to 412 Jennings Avenue, is even at a higher elevation, and you can see how steep the decline is down to the street and the sidewalk. Photo 5 shows the rear of 412 Jennings Avenue, which I finally had residents on Tully Circle allow me to go into their backyard to take. This image in particular is concerning, okay? This is your only view of the 0.5 level that's within the pitched roof, which they built a dormer, and they got a permit for it in 1981 to build 2 bedrooms and a bathroom there. And so all of that's lawful, okay? And it was huge. It was 12 by 32 feet, so but that was lawful. In 1969, the previous owner added a 12 by 17 rear frame porch enclosure, which was approved. But you'll see it's no longer there. They've enclosed it as if it's an addition onto the house, okay? There's no permit for that. I have every record of every permit in your folder. And so it was enclosed, and when they enclosed it, they encroached on the side setback for the house on Tully Circle, so it's unlawful. It's within 5 feet when it's required to be 6. And now even the addition they want to build cannot legally attach to this illegal addition because it's not in conformity with the side. And you'll see it here on the map. I'm going to show you. In addition, zoning and the building department were unable to provide a single permit. Do you see the upper deck over the enclosed? There's no permit for that, okay? In September 2017, an existing permit was granted to renovate an existing basement for an accessory apartment, which you know would not be allowed. In 2017, that wouldn't even been allowed. But then they made a point of saying there's no kitchen. Neighbors are reporting it's being used as an apartment, okay? Let's see, the above-ground basement, which you can clearly see in that picture with the deck, look all the way to the right, and you're gonna see that because it's such a steep drop in the backyard, you can see the basement now is above level. And you'll see a little window all the way to your right that shows that this approved enclosed porch has been converted into like some type of addition, which was not lawful. So The current owner purchased the home in March 2017, and by October 2017, had the interior alteration and other permits. They did HVAC wiring, that's all fine, okay? 412 Jennings Avenue is at a significant elevation from grade on Jennings, with significant incline into the rear of the property, which already contributes to basement flooding on the abutting homes on Tully Circle. That water rests into their rear of their properties, okay? And even some of them have sump pumps. The proposed addition appears to be connected to the primary structure utilizing the former 1969 legally approved enclosed porch, which appears to have been illegally converted to an addition onto the above-ground basement illegally built without a permit. The proposed addition is adding a living room, and it's coming straight out, a living room, and you have diagrams there. These are first floor, second floor, and ground level. The proposed addition is adding a living room, dining room, kitchen, mudroom, mechanical room, bathroom, and stairwell leading to the second floor with an adjacent covered patio. So they're gonna have a covered patio, then they're gonna have a big uncovered patio. You go up the stairs, and now there's a patio on the second floor, and they have a patio on the roof. Okay, this looks like an LA home for a party, okay? Not conforming with 1943 World War II era Cape, okay? And the same is being done for the required 6-foot setback with a minimum 15 in total. The setback, side and rear is not valid. And I'd like to show you why. You don't have it in front of you. I had to get this from zoning. So you see how it says 21 feet to water? They're not counting, they're trying to get a bigger distance. So instead of measuring to the patio, right, they're measuring to the water to claim it's 21 feet away, and you have to have a 20-foot setback. So they should be measuring from the property line to the patio. They're saying we're measuring from the patio to where the water starts. No, that's not where we measure. The structure starts at the patio. They did the same thing here. You see that? They're not measuring to where the patio starts. They're measuring where to the water, the interior of the pool, because they need more width span. And so they're trying to get it by not measuring to the actual. The structure is the patio, which will require concrete, you know, whether you're going to put pavers on or whatever. So they're purposely measuring to the water to give them the setback they need, and the outside of the home and the back. No, you measure to the structure, not to where the water starts. Okay? I've never even seen that in two water, the purposely, okay? Because they know that they're not meeting the rear setback and the side setback. Here, this is very important. This is the illegally enclosed fixture. It was an enclosed porch that they've now built as a building. When they built it, they are within 5 feet of the neighboring property, which is not allowed. So when they attach the attachment to the first floor, they're going to move it in 1.3 feet more than where the illegal structure is. In other words, it's not even going to connect evenly. They're going to move this in 1.3 feet further because this is illegal and it doesn't have the right side setback. So that's crazy. Okay, so now your addition is not even flush with the illegal structure. Okay, I hope I explained that. Now, and in Google, we're concerned about an in-ground pool, clearly. You know, you have to drain a pool, at least in the cold weather months. And this seems like a pretty significant sized pool. It's going to, and all of this. So the site coverage currently is 24.3%. They're moving to 41.9%. That's a 72% increase. These people on Tully Circle are already having flooding, okay? Once you put in all the concrete for the patios and the concrete for the addition, what you're going to create is even exacerbated further. There's going to be even more substantial runoff because remember, we're at a pitch here. And where does all that water settle? In the Tully residents' backyards and into their basements, quite frankly, okay? The second plan shows 2 bedrooms and a bathroom with a walkway with an exterior access and another porch at the second floor and a patio. I don't know what's going on. I feel like this is a house for Los Angeles. Patios, I mean, I want you to think about all these people's backyards. People believe their home is their place of peace and respite, and they have a right to enjoy it. So if you want to be in your backyard with your grandchildren and children, and you're now going to have a ground floor patio and a pool, you're going to have a second floor patio and a porch. You're going to have they put a patio on the roof, which I don't even understand, because house B must have a pitched roof. And you have that in these diagrams. Okay, right? So here's the illegal deck. They built that. There's no permit for that. And then they can't connect this properly to this illegal enclosed porch because it encroaches. It's 5 feet from the side and not the 6 required. So this will not even flush with the illegal structure. Okay, and then now you see this is all patio. This is a covered patio. This is open patio. Now here's the second floor. We got another patio. Okay, you are literally feet from all the Tully Circle backyard, 6 homes. Now you see there's going to be an exterior stairwell here to a walkway on the exterior that connects to the patio. Okay, here's the roof. I'd like to know how there's a patio on the roof. On a cottage, traditional Cape Cod house. And this house B must have a pitched roof. What are we doing with, what is this? This conforms with the World War II era Cape. So, and then they put in your sheet, but you have to get this one. It says size setback, 6 feet minimum, right? But a total of 15. They can't get to the 15 because you see, that's why they're measuring from the property line to the water in the pool. They need more length, okay, because they weren't getting to the right setback. No, you measure from the property line to where the patio starts, not where the water goes. And then they did it for the rear setback. They're claiming we need 20, we're at 21. They measure from the rear property line to where the water goes in the pool. Since when doesn't the patio, concrete or pavers, count as a structure? And the site coverage is a big problem. And I understand they have the right to increase their, but you understand by adding, they're increasing their site coverage by 72% in the rear at a severe pitch, right? You can't see the basement from the front of the house at all, but you can see the basement is completely, because that's how severe the drop is. And all that water, with all this additional, we need water, dirt, trees, shrubs to absorb water. And then I am interested, if you have a massive pool and you have to drain it, okay? There's no drainage plan submitted for any of this, okay? For the runoff. But these people are already suffering. And this is only going to contribute to it. And every single house on Jennings, and Jennings is one of the longest streets in my district minus state roads, like Huntington Turnpike is a state road. There's not a single 2-family house, not one. There's not a single 2-family on Tully. There's not a single 2-family on that side of Evers, and this is concerning. Now, I do want you to know, at one point, he applied for an accessory structure, a cottage in the back, but what's the maximum height he can get on that. If it's a 2-floor home, he can only get a 1-floor cottage. So he abandoned that, did not pay the fees, and here we are. Really what this is an entire new house that they're going to try to attach to an illegal enclosed porch that they can't even attach flush, because when they enclosed that porch, they ruined the minimum size setback. And you can see it on a diagram that it's not even flush. They're going to attach it 1.3 feet farther in than the illegal structure. This is like a big mishmash. We're opposed to it. We urge you to vote no on this. We have 2 things in here that were done that don't even have a permit. And I don't think we should ever reward that. Okay? There's nothing for the upper deck. I don't know when they closed up the porch there, but they did it wrong. Okay? And I'm sure some of the people on Tully want to speak too. Anybody have any questions for me about this issue here? About how they measure to the water, not the patio?
Right.
All your leases that you have
Right.
to see the elevation of the property?
You know what? I put in the address into a website that does elevation. But I think it's more like for mountains and ranges. I couldn't find it. I did see on the report that they approved it today came out at 10:30 this morning. I was in zoning this morning. They didn't even have it ready. And I know that it's very steep, as they mentioned, it's 131 feet, but much of it is not buildable because of all these rocks and boulders. It's kind of bizarre. If
That's
you go
my
there.
question, 'cause of the
went,
elevation.
You know, it's like this crazy
Yeah.
mountainous looking, and I don't know what it was. Maybe in 1943 they couldn't blast it, but I mean nothing else like that in my whole neighborhood. But there's boulders. It's built on rock.
They sure had a lot of dynamite.
So I'm not sure of the elevation, but I think you know how steep it was because you saw it. Okay. Is there any other questions I can answer for you? But we have
Okay.
other people who want to speak.
Okay, please keep it brief. Ms. Perez did a very elaborate presentation, so please add something new to the conversation.
Hi, my name is Cinia Vasquez. I live in 57 Tully Circle, and I've been living in Bridgeport for the past 17 years. For 14 years, my husband and I lived in a multi-family house in a busy central area near North Avenue, Park Avenue. So in October 2023, almost 3 years ago, we bought our single-family house on Tully Circle. We worked so hard to accomplish this dream and to move to a single-family residential area. So as a concerned resident and as an owner of the house in Tully Circle, which is located behind that 412 Jennings Avenue property, I strongly oppose this application they're submitting. It's like Ms. Pereira was saying, the elevation is really, like inclined directly to my property. And the additions, the owner is requesting the plan, first floor, second floor, rooftop, in-ground pool is irrational. I mean, this development fails the N2 zone rules. I mean, the intent to preserve the character of the neighborhood, of the low-level houses. Our really deep concern is the in-ground pool, too. We already have a sump pump in our basement. We have water issues, flooding issues. And they didn't submit any draining plans to the application. So the risk, my concerns are like, where of the water to drain, when they drain the water, where the water goes? To my property. So my sump pump is gonna be nonstop. So it's like, it's excess, it's gonna ruin everything besides my basement. My landscaping is gonna, my soul is like, it's really concerning for me. So I really, this will also affect my family quality of life. The house is gonna be right on top of us. It's a drastic change for my family. So thank you for listening and to my concerns, and please, I urge to deny this application. Thank you.
I gotta go to the bathroom. All right. We need to, a commissioner needs to take a break, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
103 Tully. I don't know what it goes for, but I noticed they were leaning really heavy on that 10-year thing. For what it's worth, property's been in my family for 70 years. That's 7-0. It's sheltered 4 generations of my family, currently myself and my daughters. I'm not a law man, I'm not a learned man, not an architect. What I am is a maintenance man, right? Working on my 25 years in maintenance, working on 100 years in the neighborhood. My concern comes to the draining issue. I already get flooding, and we're talking about a severe increase in water. Who is going to subsidize the maintenance, the increased maintenance on my home? Who's going to subsidize the compounding maintenance year over year, decade over decade, century over century? We're working on one. We are not planning on leaving. I'm not here to argue semantics over aesthetics, though if we want to go down that street, I believe we should keep the park in Park City. I will always lobby to keep the green, to keep the trees, which since that tree was removed, I've been getting some more flooding. I will kind of lean on that a little bit. And it really put the pieces together until I had a utility guy out there helping me recently. And they kind of pointed it out. But yeah, so my concern is, I've been here for decades. Who's gonna flip the bill for me? You do whatever you want on your property. Don't raise the cost on me. Don't damage my home. That's running right into my foundation. Foundation is what supports the home. I have always said as a maintenance man, you could build a home with you could build a foundation with crappy materials and build with marble on top, and it's only a matter of time before that thing comes crumbling down. But if you build a foundation properly, you could build with virtually garbage on top, and it will stand strong. This project isn't going to erode my foundation. And then what do I got? Ugats, an empty lot after 100 years. I don't got the money to flip that bill. I don't know who does. If they're willing to subsidize and sign a contract that they're gonna subsidize that compounding maintenance fee, I'll be willing to reconsider, but until that time, I'm saying hard no, hard pass.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have something to add, or would you take a count, Nick, of how many are opposed?
Yes, I have a count.
Oh, you do? Okay. Anyone else have anything to add? Rebuttal? Rebuttal?
First, if I could ask the councilwoman if she could please give me the map that you guys were holding up in front of the commission, please. Well, it's because it wasn't the map that's before you. No, it's not
All right,
the map.
well,
It's not the site plan that's before
we're not going to
you.
have a debate, so proceed.
First of all, while I appreciate people's concerns, I want to point out again that we have met the requirements of a special permit. A special permit allows for a 2-family dwelling to be built in this zone. If the regulations wanted to say there's no 2 families, it would say so. It does not. It allows for a 2-family with special permit and site plan approval. I also want to point out, for your edification, and I'm sure Attorney Regatt would be happy to inform you about it, the McLaughlin case. The McLaughlin case, which is black letter Connecticut law, and it states very clearly that zoning commissions cannot deny special permits based upon generalized fears or unsubstantiated resident complaints. Denials must be backed by substantial evidence in the record, which requires project-specific, fact-based data rather than mere speculation.
Sir, you're out of order.
The fact of the matter is, you have before you a site plan prepared by a surveyor with a zoning compliance table. That compliance table states that this is fully compliant with the regulations relating to an N2 zone. So whatever's been said, it's not expert testimony. To my knowledge, the councilwoman is not a surveyor. We have evidence from a surveyor with a zoning compliance table stating that this is in compliance. As far as the drainage issue, it's a fair question. However, this is the first step in the process. There still has to be building permits and engineering approval for this to be built. And the fact of the matter is, drainage will have to be a consideration for those departments to consider. And as far as the allegations, I'll say, about permits, that's not before you. That's an issue with the building department. And I would also point out that state statute says that building permits are deemed to be closed after 9 years. Now, I'm not sure when these permits were issued, but I'm hearing it's 2017. It very well may be that those permits are closed out by operation of law. And even if they're not, that's not what's before you, and it's not, has no bearing upon your consideration of a special permit and site plan approval. So again, for the record, we have gone through the special permit requirements step by step, line by line, and we have met those requirements based upon substantial evidence and the site plan that is before you. So that's my rebuttal, and I request that you please approve this special permit and site plan approval on behalf of my client. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the matter is closed.
We have 2 letters, too.
Okay. All right, we have 2 letters in opposition? Okay.
We have 3 letters here. 1 letter in favor from a Adriana Pelez, and 2 letters against, one from a Zina Vasquez, 412 Jennings Avenue, and another one from Evelyn Mansfield, 308 Jennings Avenue, against.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion? Motion?
I make a motion. I'd like to deny this.
Okay, she's making a motion to deny. On what grounds?
On what grounds?
Yes.
It just doesn't fit in with the rest of the neighborhood.
That's not a zoning grounds.
Well,
I think it's excessive.
It's a single-family zone neighborhood.
It's an excessive use of that it's single family. I have your house over there. I was over there. It was single family.
But it's, 2 families allowed by special permit, so we have to do better than just saying we don't like it.
Well, maybe someone else can feed in off of that. It just doesn't comply with the rest of the neighborhood.
It doesn't conform with the rest of the neighborhood.
So it should be measured to.
What? Oh. Johanna, okay. So what is your zoning argument against it that would hold up?
It doesn't fit. It doesn't go with the community, the appearance of the master plan of the whole community. It's single-family houses around there.
But it's allowed, you gotta do better.
He's seeking a special permit. He's seeking a
if you
special
want,
permit.
I mean, I'm not gonna tell you how to vote or what to vote, but I am gonna tell you, you gotta, it's gotta be consistent with, it's gotta, it doesn't go against the special permit.
It's 2-family houses, you say 2-family houses, a 2-family house being built from scratch. Or making one.
No, it specifically says you can convert a pre or World War II house into a 2-family house in the zones. The
In this
regulations
zone?
say that, yes. So.
Well, I think it'll affect property values in the neighborhood, okay?
And,
I think it'll be detrimental to future sales in the neighborhood. There may be a lot more of these things coming before us, precedent setting, and there isn't a neighborhood in the city you can't do this in. You just don't change the topography of a neighborhood because you think it's a good idea and you have a hardship. It doesn't work that way.
Well, first of all, hardship is not an issue. For us, it's the ZBA, if they want to claim hardship, so. You're saying that
It's excessive and
it'd damage the property values in the neighborhood. What evidence do you have?
The neighbors, they're very concerned.
Engineering, and if it's going to cause flooding, they're not going to approve it.
Anyone else want to add anything? Anyone want to make a motion?
she made the motion.
Did he make a motion?
John,
I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second. All in favor?
Aye.
To deny.
To deny.
To deny.
All right.
To deny.
All wanting to deny, raise of hands.
Wait, what is it?
To deny.
To deny, okay.
Deny.
1, 2, 3,
No.
4, 5. It's 5.
I deny.
It's
1,
five.
2, 3,
And 3 in
4.
favor.
Where's the, oh.
It's
Oh,
5 and denied.
okay. Okay, so it's denied. Next item.
Oh, my.
Okay, we're gonna take another break, thank you. Another 10-minute break, thank you.
I mean, as much as I wanted to.
You can't legally. No. moratorium.
Which one?
The moratorium. Oh, wait, no, call Boston Avenue.
I'm going to do Boston.
Yeah, we got to go a little bit out of order to accommodate one of the attorneys who has
Next item on the
a
agenda,
pressing issue.
we're moving to Boston Avenue, 26-17, 56 Boston Avenue, petition of 56 Boston Avenue LLC seeking a certificate of location approval for a package store in a portion of an existing retail building in an MX2 zone.
Good evening.
Again, for the record, I'm Rob Lino, Village and Village UC, PLL 1000 Bridgeport Avenue. I'm representing the applicant.
The last one,
56
26.
Boston Avenue LLC, the sole manager, Billy Alsady. First, I want to hand in the mailings to Mr. Sampieri. So we're here tonight for a certificate of location approval to operate a package store at 56 Boston Avenue. 56 Boston Avenue is located in the center of the city in the MX2 zone. It was previously used for office and retail space. It has been vacant for a number of years. The property contains a non-conforming building that was constructed in 1949. Now, because we're seeking approval for a package store, as you know, we have to get a certificate of location approval. And there are certain criteria pursuant to section 11120.2. First, the use is compatible with and implements the objectives and policies of the Master Plan of Conservation and Development. The use will not impair the future development of the surrounding area. The proposal includes adequate safeguards to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from any detrimental impacts the proposed use might otherwise have. In this case, it's not located in or directly adjacent to an N or NX zone, so that subsection is not relevant here. The proposed use will not impact property values, and it will not be disruptive or cause conflicts with existing uses in the immediate vicinity. Now, also, there has to be a 750-foot radius between essentially the front door of the establishment and any protected uses. Protected uses are defined as a church, a school, daycare, et cetera. You'll see on the map that was provided, there are no protected uses within the 750-foot radius, so that obstacle has been met. Now, pursuant to Chapter 545 of the General Statutes, if we had any protected uses within the radius, we couldn't get the certificate of location approval. Because there's no protected uses, we're clear. Now, the commission has to make the findings, as I mentioned, subject to the review and approval criteria. Also, as far as the Master Plan of Conservation and Development, it talks about economic development, it talks about businesses, it talks about strengthening commercial neighborhoods. This is a primarily commercial neighborhood. There are stores, there are commercial uses in this neighborhood. It's not a primarily residential area. So this is compliant with the POCD in terms of economic opportunity and commercial development. Also, bear with me one second. The use will not impair the future development of the surrounding area. As this neighborhood is primarily commercial, the fact is it's not going to impair any future development because it's already a commercial area. So it's a store, it's a package store, it's a liquor store. It goes in with the commercial nature of this neighborhood. Also, it will not adversely impact property values. As I pointed out, the property is now currently vacant. By having a business go into this building and begin to generate revenue and taxes, it'll take what's formerly a vacant building and turn it into a productive piece of commercial property in the city. I see you're looking at the maps. I just want to, if it's something you need to look at, that's okay. So we respectfully request you grant the application for a certificate of location approval to operate a package store on the premises. The use is compatible with the objectives of the POCD, will not impair future development, property values, or existing uses within the vicinity, and will not impose a detriment to the neighborhood. Again, there's no protected uses in the vicinity. It's a commercial area. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes, please.
Because I see two here.
There are 2 liquor stores in the neighborhood, yes.
They just walking distance from each other?
My understanding is that they are maybe 10 minutes walking distance, if even that.
I
Am
think we're just
looking
a
at
little
this?
confused at how this is laid out.
Yes, because it's
There's
basically.
two separate locations on this.
Right. But again, the fact that there's other liquor stores in their neighborhood is not grounds for denying a certificate of location approval. That's business competition.
Yeah.
Here,
When we wrote the regulations, we realized that sensitive uses were important, but not competitive uses.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
so there's two proposed liquor stores here. I think we're just confused as to why there's two listed here.
So the way it's set up is that there is the main entrance, which is where your hand is right there, right? And then there is the continuation of that space. And then in the front, you'll see it's a proposed convenience store. That's not before you. This is just for the liquor store.
So this is the same thing?
It's the same store. It's
Got
not
it.
2 separate stores.
Oh, okay,
Correct.
okay. Can we see
Anything
this?
else? Any other questions? Pretty straightforward.
No.
Anyone like to speak in favor of this application? Is anyone opposed to this application?
Oh, okay.
Step forward.
Can we see this on the screen? By David, can we see it, please?
Yes, hi. My name is Alfredo Castillo in the 136 district. That is that's my district. I'm opposed to it because it's a bad area for traffic, and there's only one way in and one way out. I don't know how your truck's gonna get there. There's hardly no parking. There was an Eminence sneaker store there, and they couldn't even make in there because there was no parking. There's right next to it is a paper street, and if you're gonna bring a truck in there, or I don't know how they're gonna get in there, because you're gonna have to use the other piece of property owners to get in there in reverse. But I use the bank over there, and I have a small car, and it's hard for me to get out of there with a small car. These guys are gonna bring in trucks, but there's only one way to get in there. There's no other driveway to get in there, so I don't know how to, right now there's somebody just put a box trailer right in front of the building. Somebody just came in and left it there, but I don't.
Yeah, they do that all over the city.
But I just,
Went to the wrong place.
there's already a liquor store down the street. There's one around the corner. It's like, what are we doing here? And most of these people that come here, they don't even live here. They just put these places, and they had the marijuana across the street. They've been raided like 4 times already with marijuana. So now you're gonna mix it right there in the corner that's right next to a B&W that's renovating his place, and now you want to put a liquor store. It's a commercial building, not a liquor store. Or it was a sneaker store, but they couldn't even make it, so they left because it was not in a. And they're in the strip mall on North Avenue, but I just. It's going to be craziness over there because everybody's trying to get out of from North Avenue into Boston Avenue.
Okay.
And that zone is just. But for me, I will oppose it, and it's
All
not right.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You make your point. Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Kevin Crusaden. I'm an attorney. My office is at 243 Broad Street in Milford. I'm here tonight on behalf of Mr. Mistry, who's here in the audience, and he is a business owner of another package store at an adjacent parcel, Price Break Liquor. I'd like to pass out a package that I have for this evening, and then I'll just highlight my comments and try to keep it under 3 to 4 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I went to the right place. There's somebody in the mall there too. There's a liquor store.
Yeah, this is the building outside the
Outside the
shopping
mall,
center.
Yeah, I know the building it's going,
Right.
but for 750 feet, and maybe it's bigger.
Not for, no, it's not for package stores, it's for sensitive uses. It's not for other package stores, it's for sensitive uses, churches, schools, nursing homes, that kind of thing. It's not for, you can have them right next door to each other, because we decided,
There's so much going on out there. Thank you.
we decided, we don't want to give, it's not necessary to give somebody a competitive advantage.
Right. Yeah.
All right,
So
proceed, sir.
yes, sir. So the gentleman had put up I think the photo off of Boston Avenue view.
Right.
So I've been listening tonight, and I know that the commission is focused on the regulations and the standards and the requirements, and so I'm not going to go over this. I'm not going to read this memo into the record, but I am just going to highlight a few things. So, respectfully to Attorney Bolito as well, is the information. I disagree with what has been presented as far as the survey. I did provide a survey that I've passed out that is marked up by myself or my office. It's the same map that was submitted, or at least online with the application, and it calls out everything on here that's incomplete or defective about the survey. One of the main points, and I think this is, it can begin and end at this point, the 750-foot radius references property owners, doesn't reference uses. And so one of your very first initial main criteria is you have to have the uses. So I looked at this, and this looks like a list of the assessor's records, which only tells you who the property owner is. It doesn't tell you a 750-foot radius use. So there's several other things. It doesn't have, again, the
So
use.
you're maintaining there are sensitive uses within the 750-foot radius?
Well, so what I'm saying is that what was presented to you and was part of the application and part of the attorney's presentation is that you don't have sufficient information to make the determination, because you're here tonight for a certificate of approval of location, as you have heard a few tonight, and will hear many in the past, have heard many in the past and in the future. And what you're required to do is you're supposed to have substantial or sufficient information in the record in order to make the determination. My understanding is over the years, the regulations have changed about the locations of liquor stores or package stores in Bridgeport, as many other communities. And so if it's been lessened, the distance from one liquor store to another, maybe that distance doesn't exist anymore. But I would imagine that during those conversations at this commission about how would you handle a liquor store application in the future, it would be based on this very hearing and this approval of location. And that approval of location requires substantial information in the record in order for you to make the determination. So number one, these uses are not, there's no uses on here. This is a assessor's map. Secondly, the applicant bears the burden of providing you that information. They have not met that burden this evening with this presentation or the applications that are in the record. The commission cannot fill gaps in the record through assumptions, speculation, or personal familiarity with the neighborhood. And this principle governs every issue I'm going to discuss. I have 3 or 4 more issues. The applicant has not shown that the use is even authorized. It seems to be an assumption because this use is only authorized in 2 different types of building types under the Bridgeport Code and the MX2 zone. And there's no evidence in the record that this building type meets any one of those criteria. There's also, by the applicant's own admission, that this property is non-conforming. It's not clear in what way, shape, or form it's not conforming. No evidence has been presented to the commission in that. I don't know if it's the building, I don't know if it's the location, I don't know if it's the parking. There's no information about parking presented. The applicant's required to give you the information so you can feel comfortable that this use would fit in this neighborhood without any traffic issues or parking issues. So we don't know what type of building type this is. There's no administrative determination of the building type. There's no prior approvals. I looked at the zoning file. There's nothing in there that says what type of building type this is, the history of the zoning file. The application's incomplete. It does not provide the information necessary for the commission to make the findings required under your section 11.120.2. That's the survey issue. There's no planning evidence. There's no evidence that this is in compliance with the plan of conservation and development. There's no planning report, testimony, analysis. There's no expert opinion. And respectfully to the attorney, them saying that there's no economic, I guess, diminution in property values, or the other comments were made. There's no evidence in the record to support those comments. So I'm not saying that, I would just leave it at that. You need that information in order to make the determination, or for the public to be able to comment on it and say, that's not true, or I agree with that, or I disagree with that. So the application's defective. It's not ripe. The required findings that you need to make as a commission in order to approve this application or even act on it, you cannot make those because you don't have the information required by Section 11 and other parts of your code. There's no evidence that the location is appropriate. There's no evidence regarding neighborhood compatibility, regarding surrounding land uses. I don't know. I looked at the Google Maps. I tried to figure out what uses were at 750 feet. I couldn't figure it out. No competent planning evidence demonstrating consistency with the POCD. No evidence addressing the concentration of other liquor establishments or services in the area. No operational analysis demonstrating why this location satisfies the purposes of the regulation. And these are not matters that we have to prove or disprove or the commission has to prove. You need that information in order to make your determination. You don't have it. I talked about the building types. So in conclusion, the question before the commission is, has the applicant produced substantial evidence supporting every finding the commission must make in order to approve the application? And respectfully, again, the answer is no. The applicant has failed to establish the applicable regulatory framework. We don't even know what type of building it's supposed to be. It's not allowed in certain building types in the zone. The applicant has failed to submit a complete evidentiary record, consistency with the POCD, the mandatory findings under Section 11.120. And for these reasons, we respectfully request that the commission deny the application. With my 10-page memo, there is other exhibits in there that also highlight specifically what's missing from the application as far as those sections. And I'm available to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else against? Come on, please move along.
Ernie Newton, 190 Reed Street, City Councilman. You know, when I sit here and listen to what I just heard, I hope this committee votes no. Because you could shoot bullets through what he just said, and that's uncalled of. And you all are zoning people who, one, must uphold the law. But the regs, when they bring stuff like this, half-baked, I hope that the commission would do due diligence, reject it. And like I said to my colleagues over here, why is it that the only place we could put liquor stores, I won't say it, we can do better. You got 3 liquor stores, probably within walking distance. When you look at this building, you heard the good attorney that just spoke to you, doesn't comply with anything. And this is what I say about folks. They think people in Bridgeport are stupid. They think our commissioners will just say yes to anything. It's our job to, number one, protect Bridgeport, protect the residents, and not just throw something up. Because it's definitely not an economic development project that's going to create jobs. It's not going to do that. And take under consideration the distance between the other liquor stores. We got enough liquor stores and churches in this city that we don't need any more. Thank you.
Thank you. Please add something new to this, please.
Good evening. Jeanette Herron, City Council President. I did say my address before. I'm trying to understand, you are the checks and balances like we are as the council. And coming here, hearing about another liquor store being built or assuming to be built in Bridgeport it saddens me. Everybody wants to come to Bridgeport to do this. They come from outside, they come from everywhere, and they know Bridgeport just lets it happen. Not saying you're going to pass it. I'm asking you to say no. We don't need liquor stores 800 feet from each other. This is a bad look for our city. We're trying to rebuild our city and make it look better, and this is not helping us. You know, I understand the economic impact for people, but we need to stop. Council is stopping a lot of this stuff, and we're asking you guys to stop it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is City Councilman George Cruz, also Deputy Majority Leader. I am a man in long-term recovery, and I just want to say that, you know, if we want to attract businesses here in the city of Bridgeport of all kinds. But one thing that I would not do is allow a business right next to the same kind of business that's selling the same product. It creates a problem. It's very unfair for the person or the business that's already situated there. So I don't see how this liquor store proposal, being just only 750, 800 feet away from a current one, I think is very unfair to the current business. And I would ask is to please kill this bill. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Good evening.
Your name and address, sir.
My name is
Move this along.
Okay, my name is Surikant Mistry. I'm the owner of Price Break Liquor at 174 Boston Avenue, Bridgeport, Connecticut. My store is located in the adjacent plaza.
And you had your attorney speak already, so please
about
move
800
along.
feet away, yes. I would like to oppose this application for several reasons. Parking, I think, has been already mentioned a number of times. I note that there's a maximum of 17 parking spots identified for this location. 7 of those are already taken up by the office above, the building that's upstairs. At least 10 spots for newly proposed businesses, a convenience store and a liquor store. If 2 of those are handicap spots, at least, 8 spots? And I don't believe that's adequate for 2 types of businesses that are being proposed, the convenience store and the liquor store, at least 4 for each. Access into this proposed location. If I may, can I give you some photographs?
All right, sir.
Okay, so if you could just look at photographs 1 and 2 when I'm talking about access into this proposed location. It's very difficult to get in and out of this location from Boston Avenue, which is a very heavily trafficked road. In reality, there's only 1 point of entry and exit into this area. The second exit is located on the premises is approximately a 6 to 8 foot wide exit point facing up to Chase Street, as shown on photograph number 2 next to the telegraph pole. It's not really a proper design exit. It's not designed for this purpose, I don't believe, because you can see the curbstone still there on the road. During busy times, this is going to become a potential traffic concern with vehicles trying to enter and exit this location. Have there been any traffic studies being completed to alleviate these concerns? I don't think so. Deliveries. Now, look at photographs 1 and 3. You'll see this is not a good location for large beer trucks to do their deliveries. There's no way to park because they will occupy the parking spots needed for customers. Once they get into this location, accessing from Boston Avenue, there's no way to turn around. So it would be extremely difficult for them to turn around and go back out. If they were to park on the adjacent dead-end street, Chase Street, as shown on number 3, same problem. They will be able to get in, but they won't be able to get out because you have to turn around. The width of the road is too small. Therefore, the trucks would end up backing up onto Boston Avenue, which is a very heavily trafficked road and would create traffic concerns. Therefore, that just leaves the truck drivers wanting to park in the adjacent plaza, which is a private property and probably won't be permitted. Therefore, large beer trucks will potentially face delivery problems every time they come in to do their deliveries. Chase Street, which is the dead-end street, if you look at photograph number 3, you'll see this is a dead-end street which is adjacent to this building. The dead-end street does not have proper street lighting. It's a regular spot for homeless people. I go there all the time and see this. In addition, if the proposed liquor store is approved for this street could potentially become a hangout for people to do, drugs and alcohol, as there's no security to move them along. M&T Bank, Newtown Savings Bank, and the jewelry store all have their exit doors located adjacent to this dead-end street, as you can see on number 3. And on number 5. I am sure from a common sense perspective, nobody wants to see this area become something like State Street. I mean, where homeless people and drug addicts roam the streets. This is a really nice area. I'm sure that you're aware that right across the street, as has been already mentioned several times, that there's a smoke shop that's been raided 3 times already for selling illegal drugs, and there have been several arrests. Potentially the same type of people who shop at the smoke shop will have access to alcohol now from across the street at the new proposed liquor store. And they will have a perfect place to hang out right on that dead-end street on Chase Street with nobody watching over them. You probably know this already, but youth in cars and bikers regularly gather on Friday and Saturday nights on our plaza and practice doing wheelies and generally making a lot of noise and a public nuisance. And are chased away by police because our security, our plaza security, call them and make this a nice neighborhood.
Is there a daycare?
Who's going to chase them away if they decide to gather on dead-end street at night when nobody's there? As mentioned, BMW dealership is located on the adjacent building. If the proposed liquor store customers are allowed to hang out in front of the building or in the adjacent dead-end street with nobody watching over them, this could potentially have an impact on damages to BMW's property, which have expensive cars, which again, nobody wants. Accidents, if you look at number 4, Boston Avenue is a very, as mentioned before, is a very heavily trafficked road, and as you approach the lights from Boston Avenue onto North Avenue, I have witnessed on several occasions accidents at this location as people come out of the Wingstop area backing onto Boston Avenue, as shown on number 4. In my opinion, traffic coming out of this proposed location would create similar hazardous conditions for existing traffic on Boston Avenue. In conclusion, this is a very nice neighborhood. I don't believe that this particular building is a good location for a liquor store, and I hope that common sense prevails and respectfully request that you deny this application. And again, I just would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today, and I hope to get a favor.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Rebuttal?
Thank you.
Pardon me, I'm just going through our notes here to make sure I cover everything. Okay, so first of all, as to the first speaker who mentioned it was bad for traffic, there's only one way in and out. I have rebuttal on that, and to give that rebuttal is Maria Carso, who is a real estate agent who is familiar with the area and can address that directly.
Maria Carsu.
Address. Yeah, address.
Yes, 120 Bloomingdale Road, White Plains. This area here, since this building is at the end, it is now full of loitering. It is, we're talking about the liquor store, but we're forgetting there's a convenience store that will be there and that it would make it safer. And it's not just the liquor store. I know the liquor store needs a permit, but a liquor store, the convenience store would be open. Right now, it's very unsafe. There is plenty of parking there. The other gentleman had spoken about the bank. That's a completely different lot. It has nothing to do with this. There's even today I went by there to get the mail. There's a tractor trailer there. There's a lot of space. It's a very, very, very big space. I think this would add, and it would be something that could be open and make the neighborhood safer, because I did not feel safe now, because it's been vacant for 3 years. This is not just a liquor store, it's a convenience store, which would be helping the community and would be serving the community. It is a very big space. It's 7,800 square feet. As you can see by the design by the architect, it's been split so that you can't have a convenience store that big. So it's not because it's a liquor store, it's a convenience store, but because of the size of the property. I think this would be very beneficial. I had no problem with getting in and out. I'm no expert. You guys are the experts, but I see no problem with getting in and out, and I think this would be very, very beneficial to the area, because right now it is not, and it's not.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
not safe. Thank you.
Went on screensaver. All right, there we go.
You need a 20-year-old.
Computers and me have a love-hate relationship. Okay. Now, as to Attorney, I always mispronounce your name. Kasabian? Thank you. I'm sorry. So I want to point out for the record that I just received that memorandum as he was handing it out to you. He did give me a courtesy call or email this morning to say he had been hired to represent an individual, but this is the first I'm seeing of this. Again, I'm going to respond to what he said as opposed to what's in the memorandum, because I did not have an opportunity to review it prior to the hearing. Now, first of all, as far as the 750-foot radius map, I want to point out at the bottom, the very bottom, it says there's a signature from Neil Jane, who's a surveyor. It says, radius map. To the best of my knowledge and belief, this map is substantially correct as noted hereon and contains no protective use cases. So he is certified that to the best of his knowledge and belief, he's checked these things out. He's not going to put his name to it if he's just guessing. So he's certified that, as far as he's concerned, to the best of his knowledge and belief, there are no protected uses within that 750-foot radius. Certified by the surveyor, okay? So that's number one. Secondly, I want to point out that this is not a special permit, it's not a variance, it's a certificate of location approval. So the fact is, if you're allowed to have a liquor store in the zone, which is a MX2 zone, which does permit it, then you have to get the certificate of location approval and meet the criteria. So you've heard that we meet the criteria, that it's consistent with a neighborhood that has commercial and retail uses in the neighborhood. Also, you've heard from Maria Carsu about being a realtor, being someone who's familiar with the area. That is something that would benefit the neighborhood rather than be a detriment to it. It would not have an adverse impact on property values. You're taking a vacant piece of property that has been vacant for 3 years, and you're turning it into a productive and useful commercial establishment that will serve the community. So that's on that. Let's make sure I covered everything, and I appreciate you letting me go out of order. I really do greatly appreciate that. Again, as far as the kind of hatred about liquor stores, I get it, but the fact is they are permitted use in the zone. The fact is it is a business that generates revenue, that generates customers, that generates foot traffic. Obviously, if there was some other type of business that would have been successful there, they would have been in there by now. After 3 years of being vacant, it has not been occupied. So the highest and best use of this property is a liquor store. That's what will work here. And the fact that there are other liquor stores around is not a consideration for this commission, because it's competition, and the market will determine whether or not another liquor store can survive.
Will survive.
So with that, I believe that covers everything. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you. That matter is closed. Discussion?
Is it a safety issue to the public? I mean, this.
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
I said, I think this matter should be denied because I feel like there's a safety issue here. We don't have a traffic analysis. There's one way in, according to what even the representative for the property said. So before we approve anything, we need to look into like, how is this gonna be safe for the public?
I don't necessarily want to deny it, but, and I don't even know, excuse me, how the first liquor store got there, because right behind him, there is a Greater Bridgeport Christian Fellowship right behind him. And I think that there's a possibility that this church may be within the 750-foot range of that liquor store as well. So without additional information to confirm or deny that it is within that radius, I don't know exactly how to handle it.
The way to do it is continue to have that verified by the applicant.
Can we have?
The way to confirm that, you heard that.
Yes.
We believe that there is a church within the 750-foot radius.
Okay.
We need you to either confirm or deny that. Mr. Morton, would you repeat the name of it?
Greater Bridgeport Christian Fellowship, and based on this map that I'm showing here, it appears as though it's within that 750-foot range.
It would be helpful, and
if we
most times when we see a map like this, they point out the sensitive uses outside the radius as well. Now, I know there's a school not far away. There's a couple of churches in the neighborhood. Those aren't shown. So it'd be very helpful to continue this so you can show us the sensitive uses that aren't in the area.
Understood. So we'll continue it to the next meeting, Mr. Chairman, and
Yes.
I'll get the surveyor to update the information to verify what you've been saying about the Greater Christian
Bridgeport Christian Fellowship.
Bridgeport Christian Fellowship. And then I'll also have him point out some of the protected uses that are outside the radius for reference.
Right. All right.
Fair
Thank
enough. Thank you.
All right.
Do we?
So we have a motion to continue?
Motion continue.
No.
There's point of order. You closed the hearing. You closed the hearing already. So
No,
you
we're-
can't submit additional evidence after that. You closed the hearing and you started discussing.
Okay, he's right.
Right?
He's right. He's right.
He stated that we closed the
Hearing, so we can't
We
take
couldn't
any.
allow him to come in to speak.
So I have to deny it.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mistake.
Close the hearing to
We did, to the public. It's true. Guys, are we doing this for everyone?
Don't. Yeah, somebody make a motion to reopen so we can get additional information. Okay.
I'll make a motion, we open the hearing for additional information.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
I'll oppose.
So two? All right, the motion carries. So we will, motion to continue
We should do this for everyone.
for more information about sensitive uses till our next meeting. So we mean a motion and a second for that.
I move that we that we continue to get additional information for the next meeting.
Is what
Do I have a
additional
second?
information? What additional information we're requesting?
Sensitive uses within a 750-foot radius.
I second the,
Can we,
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
I wanted to add something.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we have also a traffic analysis for the area, or is that necessary? I mean, it's the public, it's public safety.
Well, you can make a motion, you can make a motion for
Okay, I
that.
make a motion to, in
Or add
addition,
to include the traffic.
okay, I make a motion to addition, add the traffic. And he seconds.
All in
Thank you.
favor?
Well, wait a minute, they can do that with their denial, they can do that,
Pardon me?
they can do that with their denial, right? Make
What?
that motion.
Yeah,
Okay, I just wanna make.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Caesar.
All right.
We all in favor?
of
Aye.
of requiring a traffic analysis?
Yep.
Aye.
We have two.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
Motion
Thank you,
denied.
everyone. What?
You only got two positive.
I'm in line with the
in
traffic
line.
Oh, wait.
analysis.
Yeah.
We have
He's in
four,
line
okay.
too. And,
Four, okay.
oh, she didn't hear us. You agree of the motion to have a traffic analysis for the area? Thank you.
Are you,
That's five.
are you voting yes? Okay.
So it's 5-3.
5-3. Motion carries, they need a traffic analysis. Yes,
Yes.
a traffic study.
So traffic analysis and sensitive uses
Yes.
information.
All right. All right.
All right, done.
That's it?
Next item, 26-12, citywide moratorium, position of City Councilwoman Adina Martinez, a resolution imposing a 12-month moratorium on the approval and opening of new smoke shops as defined in Section 4-40-11 of the City of Bridgeport zoning regulations.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just want to actually state for the record that we bypassed, and that's your right to do so, but we also have two lieutenants that have been here since 6 o'clock on this item. Attorneys are being paid to represent their client. They should be out in the community to public safety. So I just wanted to state that for the record. So thank you for hearing us out here today. Dear honorable members of Planning and Zoning Commission, as the councilwoman for the 139th District of the City of Bridgeport, I submit this moratorium on the approval and opening of new smoke shops in the City of Bridgeport. This is a matter of public safety, public health, and quality of life issues. Compliance checks made last month by the Bridgeport Police Department Narcotics and Vice Division, together with local and state partners, found multiple establishments operating as smoke shops without the proper credentials. During the last few months, the Bridgeport Police Department has seized over 30 pounds of illegal cannabis and THC products. In addition to police enforcement action, the Bridgeport Health and Building Department, along with the State of Connecticut Department of Labor, issued stop work orders for on-site violations of these smoke shops. This joint effort exemplifies the commitment of local and state agencies working together to combat narcotics trafficking within our communities. This is also not about isolated bad actors within this industry. It suggests failure in oversight and regulating these establishments. This issue also extends beyond zoning. It is about consumer safety for Bridgeport residents who frequent and support these businesses. Bridgeport Police recently reported products seized from a Bridgeport smoke shop tested positive for fentanyl. That is deeply alarming. Consumers purchasing products from unregulated sources may no way to verify ingredients' potentials of contamination risk. A moratorium helps prevent additional stores from opening before stronger safeguards are in place. Although this commission recently adopted zoning amendments establishing spacing requirements between smoke shop, it is clear that additional action is needed to address this growing issue and ensure our regulations reflect today's realities. One suggestion I may offer could be an annual license that must be renewed in addition to state compliance. Such a license should include compliance inspections, disclosure of the owner's background, training on age verification. Failure to comply should give the city authority to suspend or revoke a business license, ensuring that operating a smoke shop in Bridgeport remains a privilege and not an entitlement to operate in the city. This moratorium should be used to build smarter and stricter regulations for smoke shop. Without any such reform, a moratorium would be used to delay the problem. I urge the Planning and Zoning Commission to support this moratorium and begin working on reforming the zoning code to create a safer, prosperous Bridgeport. The City Council is here to work in partnership to get this done. Thank you sincerely, myself and the entire City Council of the City of Bridgeport. And I would like Lieutenant Duarte and Lieutenant Pascone to come up and speak.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Lieutenant Jonathan Duarte. I currently oversee the Narcotics and Vice Division for the city of Bridgeport. Currently, I have
Your
a unit
address,
that
please, you can use the.
I'm sorry?
Your address.
My address?
Headquarters,
300
you can
Congress
use.
Street.
Okay.
It's my address, sir. I currently oversee a unit that has 2 officers, 2 detectives, a sergeant, and myself. The issues that we've seen over the last year and a half in relation to the smoke shops is honestly atrocious. In a minute, I'll pass it over to Detective Pascone, and he's going to go over some of the numbers for some of our arrests, our seizures, and some of the compliance checks that we've done. Just to give you an idea of some of the things that I've done when I took over the unit about a year and a half ago was immediately we started a partnership with most of our local, state, and federal partners. These smoke shop issues are issues that the city of Bridgeport has been facing now for several years. I have a list here. I didn't bring copies, I'm sorry for everyone, but currently the city of Bridgeport has roughly 47 smoke shops throughout the city of Bridgeport. There are 47 smoke shops throughout the city of Bridgeport. Most of these locations do not follow both local or state regulations in regards to their licensing or permits. All right. A recent operation that we conducted with our state partners, both and our local partners, both the Department of Revenue, Department of Consumer and Protection's Drug Control Division, Department of Addiction Services, as well as our health department, our fire department, and our building department, in addition to zoning as well, resulted in the seizure of over 20 pounds of marijuana. All right, this is a serious issue. The residents of Bridgeport deserve an opportunity to be safe in their homes and on the streets of the city of Bridgeport. This issue has, as I've seen it, it's continued to grow. Most of these establishment owners do not reside here in the city of Bridgeport. Most of them reside outside of the city of Bridgeport. These businesses are owned and operated through LLCs. And a lot of these places are dealing marijuana. They are commercial storefronts for drug dealing. All right. A lot of these things that we're dealing with now take away from our legitimate effort to operate on legitimate and real problems that we're facing in the community, because now we have to take resources in a small division like mine and allocate them towards these smoke shops. Just to give you an idea, and I know he'll touch on it more elaborately, but we've made over 15 arrests over the last year and a half. We've seized hundreds of pounds of marijuana, both cannabis, plant-based products, and THC-based products. In relation to what the councilwoman said in regards to the cannabis that tested positive for fentanyl, we did get a positive test for fentanyl. We since have sent it up to our state laboratory, which determined that it was not positive for fentanyl. All right, so we did our initial testing on our end, tested positive. We got a false positive. We sent it up to the state lab for confirmation. That determined that it was not positive for fentanyl. But what I ask of you today is that we approve this moratorium. I believe this gives us an opportunity to come to the table and put forth some legitimate regulations and stipulations for these businesses to operate legitimately here in the city of Bridgeport. We want business, we want revenue, but we don't want the product that's coming from these locations.
Why are these places selling illegal marijuana when there's enough legal marijuana places
So
in the
they
city?
sell it at an extreme discount price to our dispensaries, correct? And then the licensing requirements are a lot more expensive than for these establishments to get, and there's only a certain number.
like bootleg.
And it's easy. A lot of these establishments are supplied through
Are
out-of-state
they
vendors.
selling other
Yep.
substances as well?
I'm sorry?
They're laced with fentanyl.
You said I couldn't. No, it has. We proved that it was not laced with fentanyl, ma'am. We sent it up to the state lab, and they determined that it was not laced with fentanyl.
But since we don't know the source, it's not controlled by any agency we get. God knows what could be in it.
Absolutely.
It's not
Absolutely.
regulated.
Absolutely.
Whoever they are, they come here from out out of state and they open up a store here. I don't understand.
Just to give you an idea, so just to give you guys an idea, one owner who's originally out of New York, has an address out of Milford, owns 3 different establishments. One is Star Convenience, which is located on Barnum Avenue. All right, that's 1640 Barnum Avenue. The other is Dubai High, which is located at 51 Boston Avenue, which is directly across the street from Eblin's. This place probably gets more traffic than your grocery store, which is located directly across the street. And the other is Dice Convenience, which is located at 4016 Main Street. We've since conducted compliance checks as well as executed search warrants at all of these establishments. We've made a number of arrests, and this individual is still in operation here in the city of Bridgeport. We need this moratorium so that we can come to the table and we can put forth some serious regulations and some policies in place that would ensure that this is not a problem moving
Are
forward.
there criminal penalties for selling marijuana now, or are they just civil and, is it
No,
like,
there's
it's like
criminal.
a tax violation?
We've made over 15 arrests in this. We've also, in our last operation, because this owner has been operating here in the city of Bridgeport, we had the Attorney General's office send down one of their investigators, and they're also working on it as well. I'll turn it over to Detective Pascone, who will go over over the stats of a recent year and a half.
I'll take the lieutenant any day. Just give me the pay as well. Detective Robert Pascone, Bridgeport Police Department, 25 years, address 300 Congress Street. So as the lieutenant said, since July 30th of 2025, we've conducted 20 joint agency enforcement operations with all the state-made agencies that the lieutenant had stated. 15 arrests, 6 search warrants were executed, totaling 436 pounds of marijuana. That includes flour, the cannabis concentrates, vapes, and edible products as well, including $13,000 in U.S. currency that was seized on those warrants. So for this moratorium to go through, it's highly imperative that this does, only because it makes our jobs easier in the long run. The city is safer. So we want this action to pass. That's basically the bottom line of it.
What do we do about the ones that, we can certainly pass this moratorium, that's probably a given.
current one?
But what do we do about the ones that exist?
The ones that exist, you could change the legislation in it, change your regulations. You now apply certain
You know, if we change the regulations, they'll be grandfathered.
Do grandfather
If we do it,
well,
that's the problem from a
Yeah, is there something that
planning
has to happen
and
at the
zoning.
state level?
okay, so here's up on the state level, ma'am.
Yeah, that's my question. Like, we could change our regulations, but for the ones that are already in operation, the 47 that are already out there, thank God this time wasn't fentanyl, but maybe next time it will be, right? So like, how do we figure something out as a community? I don't know if it has to be at the state level, because the ones that are already there, I don't know if we have the right to revoke that license if the state gave it to them, right?
So most of these establishments, to answer that question, and that's a legitimate question, most of these establishments are operating without the proper licensing anyway, right?
Oh, all right.
So then that
a
would
lot
be.
of these establishments are. So this list that we comprise, I share this with both our fire marshal's office, I share it with the health department, I share it with zoning, so that way everybody can go through their records and determine what's actually legitimate and what's not. So I think what we have to do is the opportunity to come to the table gives us an opportunity to not only put forth regulations, but also gives us an opportunity to start going after these landlords of these properties, right? If they're understanding that these type of illegal activities are occurring on their property, then they're just as responsible as the individuals that are committing these crimes. All right, so that's extremely important to understand. If you look at New Haven has adopted a new ordinance, and anything in regards to one of those protected areas that we discussed before, like a school, like a daycare, like a place of worship, it's 3,000 feet between these. It's 1,000 feet between those locations. It's 3,000 feet between other smoke shop establishments, right? Currently, our ordinance states that it's only 750 feet.
Wow.
Right, so we have to start at the ordinance level, and then we need to begin to put forth regulations that are going to dictate how these establishments are going to operate.
Caught us all by surprise with the legalization, quasi-legalization of marijuana, and all of a sudden these things cropped up, and it was, we weren't quite ready for it. Yes. Please go to the microphone, identify yourself, name and address, Mr. Newton.
Ernie Newton, 190 Reed Street, City Councilman. And I do think it's in your purview, and the city attorney, one of our attorneys are here, that this commission could pass what we're asking you to do, put the moratorium.
Oh, we can do that.
Oh, we can do that.
Right. So if you could just do that part for us with the moratorium so that people know there's a moratorium on it until we hear from the people that be that wants to make it stronger, y'all won't accept no more smoke shops. And we could do an ordinance to help out, so.
That's fine. I don't think, to my recollection, we have not had a smoke shop come before us for certificate of location. So, not one has been legalized by us.
But I'm hoping that at least you could do something.
Just for your information.
Yeah.
We have not approved one.
No, that's good. Thank God.
So,
I have a question. I have a question for the officers. Since these guys are not licensed, how they stay open? How they reopen?
So what we do is when they are not licensed, we pass it over to obviously our health department, our fire department, building department, zoning. We also go out. A lot of times they're able to shut these places down for the violations they find on site. But once they come in compliance, these places are able to stay open. What we do with our state partnerships is we bring out the Department of Labor, we bring out Revenue, we bring out Addiction Services. Now they're able to cite them for obviously various violations on scene. But currently, I believe Health Department, if they're found in violation through the Health Department, I believe the max that they could actually fine them is $150. Wow. Whereas the Labor Department can fine these people for not having workers' comp insurance, $5,000 a day that they open, and 50% of that comes back to the city, to the police department. All right, so
Your fines for the health department, that puts a damper as well. So you have to look back at the fines for the health department and try and change that.
Or if they break the law more than twice, you should close them down. Close them down, and then make sure that owner does not get.
So we should, and as I had talked with the councilwoman before, there should be a certain, it's almost like liquor license, right? So you have a certain number of liquor licenses that are allowed within the city of Bridgeport.
Right.
Should be no difference with the smoke shops, right? Let's say you have 50 licenses that are allowed, and there's a $25 or $5,000
that's
startup
determined.
fee.
We don't determine that, though. The state determines that.
The state does.
Whatever
And
the number is.
And the state does with the licensed liquors, with the licensed
The cannabis.
cannabis locations. But but this is not that. This is illegal.
These are illegal establishments.
So
I think there's probably maybe
Well, I believe if
five.
it's
That's
not,
it.
if they're not licensed
sorry, I
to
can't hear
have
you.
this type of shop, then not only those.
So a lot of these places
They
don't
don't have a
have the
permit.
necessary permits. And
How they get a permit if they're not licensed?
I'm so confused at this scheme.
Everybody needs to work in conjunction with one another to make sure that these permits do not get pulled and not refiled. Because again, that's what happens as well. You go with that one smoke shop, one person, fill out the correct paperwork for the health department. Once they go in and get shut down, a cousin comes along, or a nephew, and opens up another one under them.
That's true.
So it's a
And
process.
so on and so forth. Yeah.
So on and so forth. So they're paying the fees accordingly. Fees need to be raised, put a damper in their pocket. That's where they have to hurt them.
But don't
My
they have to
question is,
come to us for the location approval? And so if they're not coming to us for the location approval, how are they getting a permit?
I can't answer that.
They're not getting they're operating illegally.
But if they find that they don't have a permit, how are they reopening? I'm so confused.
So if they're doing it illegally, it's an easy shutdown. It's an easy shutdown.
But it sounds like
you
you're
don't have to go.
reopening.
No, you have to go.
No,
through all
it's
these
not.
departments to still.
That is usually you think it is.
yes.
No. Okay, so then we have to put an ordinance.
Well, we need,
Let me explain a few processes. The police have their own protocol and policy. The city has their own. Just like in buildings department, we, this council, changed the fines so where it hurt, that they would do the right thing. But our enforcement through health and all the other agencies, we have to do a better job. And I'm going to say we. Because if we don't work collaboratively together, we're asking you to put a moratorium in. A few of us have spoken to the mayor. He's pulling housing. He's pulling buildings, he's going to be pulling zoning, and he's going to be pulling the PD. And so it's going to be a task force so we can figure out how we're going to correct the problem. Remember one thing, you'll never stop guns from being around. You're never going to stop drugs from being around. But if we can enforce, and we know these locations are open, we have to hit them when they're open. We don't do a good job on that. We don't. And it's not that easy to say, shut them down, because even if you're in a housing code violation, they go through this whole big long process. It could take 6 months. It could take 3 years. I lived in an apartment building. Until I moved, they were still not, the violations weren't corrected. And then if they do go through our process, it's $100 a day. You waste $100 a day, most people, nowadays, and it's unfortunate. So that's not hitting them in the pocket. We have to hit these landlords. We have to hit these property owners where it hurts. And it's an unfortunate thing to say, but we want our city to be good. We don't want our city to continue to fall apart. And that's why we're here. That's why we have our police here, and we have the council. We usually don't all stand up together like this, and this is impressive. And I just really, we're asking, put the moratorium in, let us do our job.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do I have a motion?
make a motion to
Can I just add to that?
It'll
Do I have a second?
be one unanimous motion from the entire board.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
It goes
Motion
through.
carries.
Carries.
We have a 1-year moratorium. Mr. Morton. Mr. Morton.
That's my point.
They don't.
I don't.
That's my point. That's why I'm just like,
You don't mind.
but what is the process for them to get the permit?
All right, well, thank you, but
They're supposed to come to us
Still
for
have a meeting.
certificate of approval.
Building doesn't.
They're supposed to come to us. So the building
we still
department.
have a meeting. We're not done.
So what
You
is
are,
the
but we're
permit
not.
process? So the permit process is broken.
All right, have a good evening.
Next item on the agenda, 26-14, 1060 Railroad Avenue, petition of Marcio M. Andre and Marcio Mercado seeking a coastal site plan review and a site plan review approval for construction of a two-family residential building in an NX2 zone and coastal area.
We didn't we skip, did we skip zombie?
2513.
2514.
Oh, 14?
2513.
2614.
Wait,
13.
we skipped
I
13?
called this one, we'll do it next.
Do it.
What?
right.
It's 13.
13.
We'll do it next. We just went out of order.
Oh, we did
We
14?
called it wrong.
Oh, he called
We'll-
it wrong.
we'll
He called it
call
wrong.
it-
Oh, she's on
Oh,
both.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
All right,
14.
fine.
She was doing both of them? All right.
Oh, great. That worked out.
Good evening. My
All
name
right,
is
folks,
Marcia
please.
Macedo.
We still have a meeting. Take your conversations out to the hallway, please.
Yeah. My name is Marcia Macedo. I'm here looking for a municipal coastal site plan review.
Your address, please.
I'm sorry?
You gave us your name. We need your
Yeah,
address.
my name is Marcia Macedo.
Your address.
The address is 1060 Railroad Avenue. My address, 2989 Broadbridge Avenue in Stratford.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, continue.
So I'm looking for a review on municipal coast for 1060 Railroad Avenue, and the letter from the Connecticut Department, I think you guys have, where they say everything is fine. Also, we have the survey, and all the requirements are met for this construction. I'm looking to build a two-family house there.
So it's a coastal site plan review.
Yes,
for a
that's it.
two-family house in an NX2 zone, which is an allowed use in an NX2 zone.
Yeah, and next to.
Okay, and you have the letter from the
Yes,
Long
the
Island
coastal review letter.
that says you're in compliance. Right, we have that, thank you.
This is just a picture of the site, and
Two-family, right?
Yes, it's a two-family. If this weren't in a coastal, you wouldn't be here.
I know.
Yeah,
So,
it's just
and
for
since,
storage.
all right, pretty simple and straightforward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any questions?
No.
Would anyone like to speak in favor of this application? Is anyone opposed to this application? I'm sorry?
Confirmation.
1060. Nobody opposed.
All right. See no opposition, the matter is closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll vote this one. To have a motion? Ollie?
Make a
Favor?
motion, approve it. I mean, sorry, second.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The matter is approved. Next item, please.
Okay.
No, we have to call it.
Next item on the agenda, 26-13, 125 Soundview Avenue, the petition of a new M&M Renovations LLC, seeking the approval of the three-lot subdivision in accordance with Section 11-100 of the City of Bridgeport zoning regulations in an N2 zone.
Good evening again. My name is Marcia Macedo. I'm representing my company, A New M&M Renovation. My address is 2989 Broadbridge Avenue in Stratford. I'm looking for an approval to subdivide my property on 125 Soundview Avenue. We have the survey, and it all complies with all the city requirement and zoning.
So
All three
currently
lots
this is one lot?
conforming.
Currently, this is one lot?
Yeah, it's one
And you
lot.
want to subdivide it into three lots? For
in three lots.
three potential
Yes, and the lots, I don't have the plan, but when I build, I'm gonna build according to the zoning and now the regulations.
And these lots are all compliant size?
Complies, and according to the engineer and the survey, it complies on the size, on the frontage. Each lot, one is gonna have about 50 feet frontage. The main lot with the house 60 feet, and the third lot is gonna have almost 49 feet.
Great. All right.
Okay.
Again, a subdivision is pretty straightforward. Any questions?
No.
No.
They're compliant?
Yes,
Yes.
they
All
comply.
lots are compliant.
3,705 square feet?
Seems like a
First lot on
small
the
lot
left.
for 3 lots.
Oh, no. On the left, on here,
Yeah.
it's 36 plus 1350. The total is about 5048, the frontage. Or the one in the corner.
Right.
It's 2 lots. It's this one, she's making into 3.
I'm sorry?
So
This one?
50 by 40, you said?
Oh,
Is it
no,
the
no,
whole
the
thing?
frontage, I mean. He asked.
No, it's like a part of it.
It says 36, but we have to count here 13. So the total is about 50 by 71 almost. The main lot is 60.40 by 101.
Yeah, the other two are quite obvious, but
so it
the
is
quarter
the whole
lot
lot.
is.
Oh, it's the
It's
whole
the
thing?
thing, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why I was like, where is she
All
putting
right.
all these houses?
Yeah.
I already have the building permit to fix it up the house.
Okay.
So I'd be
Would
putting one
anyone
right
like to
here
speak in
and
favor of this application? Is anyone opposed to this application? Step forward.
That's gonna mess up that neighborhood.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Your name and address, please.
My name is Rhonda Underhill, and the address is 120 Soundview Avenue,
Okay, thank you.
directly across the street from the property. Underhill, like under the hill. So before we begin, I just again want to say thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns. and we are here to formally present a letter of protest that includes a signed petition of signatures from surrounding residents within 500 feet of 125 Soundview Avenue. This opposition is on behalf of our community in response to the June 2nd postmark notice we received from a new M&M Renovations LLC on June 4th, ultimately giving us approximately 25 days or so to respond. So if I can present the formal letter and the petition with signatures.
Will you give it to him?
Before we take a deep dive into this opposition request, it is important to note that a new M&M Renovations LLC was formally recognized as a domestic LLC, formed on January 20th, 2022, and the entity is classified as carpenters, or under the NAICS code for new housing for sale builders. Thus, a new M&M Renovations LLC is very familiar with this process as they have applied to expand other neighborhoods such as 694 Chopsy Hill in January of 2024. Per the June 2nd notification, there is an application to subdivide the existing parcel of land into 3 separate lots, and we oppose of this separation. In this case, the parcel is approximately 0.33 acres of land, and we understand that a new M&M Renovations LLC is seeking to redevelop or expand the neighborhood by adding 2 new properties. Per the City of Bridgeport zoning website, our neighborhood is zoned as a residential A, which consists of single-family district preserved for low-density, detached single-family housing, ensuring a quiet residential environment by primarily prohibiting multifamily homes, manufacturing, or heavy commercial uses. Please note we understand that a new M&M LLC, or Renovations LLC, their objective is to add 2 additional single-family homes around the current structure. However, we do understand that this redevelopment could not only become an eyesore as the lot will become overcrowded, and the homes will be tightly positioned, causing severe parking along with safety concerns. Being that this application has been presented by an entity or a for-profit business versus a sole home buyer, it is believed that this request is for commercial uses, as the group of investors are seeking permission to expand the property for financial gains and flip the home. Let's also face the elephant in the room, which most properties are now being purchased by out-of-state residents, or out-of-state persons, such as New Yorkers, who have high-dollar mortgage approval letters, ultimately outbidding Connecticut residents. Hence, it is our goal to preserve and protect the neighborhood. The residents believe that this redevelopment is not in the best interest of our community for 4 primary reasons that include but are not limited to: 1, incompatibility with the neighborhood character; 2, increased demand on public infrastructure and services; 3, traffic, parking, and public safety concerns; 4, environmental and quality of life impacts. In closing, we respectfully oppose this request as this redevelopment initiative is too intense for our neighborhood and would negatively impact our quality of life, as well as cause unnecessary congestion in an existing, vibrant, and well-maintained community. Furthermore, a new M&M Renovations LLC, also known as investors or developers, is seeking to expand the existing lot for commercial purposes and would not reside in the redeveloped neighborhood, nor have to live with the aftermath of increased activity, which starts at the construction phase. We respectfully request that this application be denied or ask the ZBA for additional time be granted for research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
All set?
No. I'm just trying to make sure. Anyone? Okay, rebuttal? Yeah, that's what rebuttal is.
I understand understand the neighbor's concern, but I can assure everything that I'm doing is according to what is allowed with the city. This property is on a N2 location, and what I need for the lot is a 45 feet frontage. So I'm not looking to do anything commercial, even that I am a builder. You know, I'm gonna build a residential property. A family is gonna live there. I'm not looking to build multi-family there, and the house is gonna have the same layout, let's say, follow the characteristic of the neighborhood. That's what I'm planning. And one thing that I have here, I took the time to look on the neighborhood. Even though sound view, the lots are a little bigger, the frontage, right after on Sylvan Street, all the lots, all are 50 feet or 48 or 49. You know, and I look one by one to make sure that what I'm asking for is something legal, is something available, and it's going to be good for the neighborhood because your house is going to increase the value. When you put new properties close, as long they are residential, this is going to include value to your property because you don't see anymore that you're not going to see anymore the little house that is there because it's going to be a nice house. The next door, both is going to be beautiful house, and that is going to make your value go up. Both houses going to have driveways and garage, so it's not going to impact the parking lot on the street. So
Well,
I think,
again, we're not here for that. We're just here for a subdivision, which you pretty much get by right, as long as they're conforming lots.
yeah, I just want everybody to be happy and you to understand that it's not something that is going to decrease the amount of your property or it's going to cause a problem for the
Okay.
neighborhood.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
You gotta close.
Oh.
Second. Okay.
The item is closed, thank you. Do I have a
Motion to
motion?
approve.
And Molly's the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm sorry?
No.
No.
No. The matter is closed, thank you. Last item? I don't know what to do with this.
Next item on the agenda, 298 North Avenue, petition of Rafid Girish, I'm sorry, I didn't say it correctly, seeking a certificate of location approval and for a small-scale cigar store in an existing retail plaza in an MX2 zone.
This is just a subdivision, it's not even.
Approve the moratorium on smoke shops.
Technically, it's approved, I don't like it.
Yeah.
They want a cigar store, but we just approved the moratorium on
It's
smoke
like if I
shops,
have a 3-acre property and I want to.
right?
Yeah, but that's.
We just approved a moratorium on smoke shops.
Cigar store is different.
What are we?
Is it? I mean, that's what I'm
I'm sorry,
asking.
what happened?
Cigar store.
Well, we haven't. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ella Ali. This is my husband, Rafat. I'm just...
Your address, please?
298 North Avenue. So the...
298 North Avenue is the address of the.
I'm sorry?
What's your home address?
47 Mansion Avenue in Yonkers.
Okay.
Oh, Yonkers, New York?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are seeking a certificate of location approval for a small-scale retail cigar store. There's already existing parking. The place has been existing since 2022 now. We have an existing lease that is a 5-year lease. Basically, it's been operating with no issues for the past few years, and we're just seeking to get this approved so that we have all the proper avenues in place to continue operation.
Do you have any other cigar stores?
No,
Okay, will be your sole business?
this is the sole business.
That was a smoke shop, right?
Cigar shop.
It was, are you gonna have a lounge or something inside?
No, there's no
No, strictly
smoking
carry
allowed.
out?
As per the
This is a
lease,
smoke shop.
as per the lease, there's no smoking allowed in the premises or around the premises. And he takes care of it. He ensures that, that's never happened and we haven't had any issues so far. So we just would like the approval to continue the business.
So what do you sell there?
We sell vape and premium cigar and hookah and tobacco for the hookah. And some accessories like watch, we sell watches on it, we sell a handbag, stuff like this.
Okay.
Do you
No
actually have
marijuana.
a hookah lounge?
We
No.
used to have legal marijuana. The CBD is called CBD or Delta 8, but when they stop it, we take it off.
Okay.
So this is like a combination cigars and hookah lounge.
And tobacco. It's not a hookah lounge.
No, they sell hookahs, but not,
nobody's-
no lounge.
Yes.
Okay, okay, I get it.
Not right.
Is it possible for David to put it up on the screen, the location, please? Thank you. Isn't this a smoke shop? It's a smoke shop, right? Oh, it's a smoke shop?
There's a cigar shop. There is a difference.
What's the difference?
Are there
Please,
no-
somebody.
What they sell.
They're not
That's why I
selling
asked him what he sells.
What did he say? Because I didn't hear.
You can go. We get enough.
Wait.
No, we're a few more minutes. This is the last.
Okay. It's a smoke shop. Oh, no.
I promise I'm gonna change the sign for you.
Oh, so you currently have it as a smoke shop?
Yes,
Yes,
but
You gotta visit these sites.
Well, when we did
I know.
originally, when we
You gotta
originally
visit the
leased-
sites. It shouldn't be a surprise, it's a smoke shop.
Wait, is there a liquor store next to you guys?
There's a liquor store next door.
Okay.
And this is where
AutoZone is. AutoZone, right? I knew it.
So
It's a
we
small
didn't
shop.
buy this from anyone. We leased it directly from the landlord, who's a reputable landlord here in Bridgeport. And, we built the business for about 3 years. We came to Bridgeport. I helped my husband come here to get the proper approvals. So we just wanted to continue operations because we want to do everything in the right avenues.
All right.
How long you been doing it? I mean, how long this been?
4 years now.
4 years.
Right.
And you licensed? You currently
Yes.
licensed?
Yes.
What type of licensing is this?
Well, he has a tobacco license, and when we originally came to Bridgeport, they didn't require any special zoning application for this. They just needed us to put in a regular application, which we did.
And a
it was
tobacco
approved.
license.
Yes.
Yeah, that was, well, these all,
So
all these
47 is gonna
tobacco,
come
all
here?
these smoke shops came out of legalized marijuana.
So
And
all
they
the
did
smoke
an
shop
end-
is gonna come
And a lot of
down?
places did an end run around that. Oh, all right. Any other questions?
Have you got any violations or have you got any violations?
There
before?
was a building violation for like a step or something, which we are currently in the process of also getting permitted correctly.
That's the
But
only,
nothing, no issues with the law enforcement, if that's,
or the health department or labor?
no, no issues with health
Because
department.
you guys are the one that operate it. You,
Well, yeah, he does.
or you
I'm
have
just-
employees?
I'm sorry?
Are you guys are the one operating it or you have employees in place that
No,
are
it's
at the
mainly
shop?
him.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone like to speak in favor of I know, I gotta ask it. Anyone in favor of this application?
Oh, wait, David got something to say, he said. Look.
Oh, David, I'm sorry, David.
You have that clear view of him too.
Right.
Hello, Commissioners. David Cottingham with OPED. I did prepare a staff report for this one. I just wanted to read it to you really quickly. So the proposed business is an existing commercial tenant space. It's been a smoke shop. It's located right next to the AutoZone, the Price Right beer, wine, and liquor store. I did go out to the site. I took some pictures. One condition that the commissioners may consider is the smoking paraphernalia that's visible from the parking lot. You can kind of see it here.
So you don't want that visible from the parking lot?
Yeah.
No, okay.
And that's per section 9.20.5.s. Signs that advertise products that contain cannabis or smoking paraphernalia are prohibited. I didn't see any signage, but the actual product in the window display.
Well, yeah, hookahs specifically is what you're referring to. So you can't display the hookahs in your window because it can be used for, you know, in some cultures it's for tobacco. Unfortunately, most people here think it's for marijuana.
So aside from that, I just want to list the certificate of location approval standards. So the approval criteria per section 11.120.2.A2, no application for a certificate of location approval may be granted until the Planning and Zoning Commission has the following findings. The use is compatible with and implements the objectives and policies of the Master Plan of Conservation and Development. The use will not impair the future development of the surrounding area. The proposal includes adequate safeguards to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from any detrimental impacts and the proposed use might otherwise have. In case of any proposed use located in or directly adjacent to an N or NX zone, the location of the size of such use, the nature and intensity of the operations involved in or conducted in connection with the use, its site layout, its relation to access streets is such that pedestrian and vehicular traffic to and from the use and the assembly of persons in connection with the use will not be incongruous with residential uses and will not present an undue hazard or inconvenience to the residents. The proposed use will not adversely impact property values. And lastly, the use will not be disruptive to or cause conflicts with existing uses in the immediate vicinity. And just to touch on the fourth bullet, it is not located near an N or NX zone. It's all MX2 that immediately surrounds the property, and then you have a mix of CX and industrial uses. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, would anyone like to speak in favor of this? Anyone opposed? Gotta ask. Okay, seeing no opposition, the matter is closed, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
You want to have
A second?
conditions? You want to put some conditions?
Yeah, we have to put the conditions of the,
Windows like.
that,
No paraphernalia.
I second.
No CBD, no marijuana.
Well, that hasn't been an issue.
but we have to put it, we have to put it in there. No marijuana, no CBD.
No CBD, no THC.
No.
No synthetic marijuana.
Are we able to just do like a run with all of the different like departments and make sure that this isn't one of the smoke shops that we were just discussing? Could we table this until we somehow get that information?
We can, but
Like, can they come back in with like a statement from each of the different departments saying that they are free and clear? Otherwise, it's a safety hazard if we're
Because-
giving a permit to somebody who has possibly already been cited.
47.
Because then we're gonna have all the smoke shop coming up here.
Yeah, no.
Or we could
Or we
take
could
it,
do, we
I
could
mean,
take,
or we
we said
could
we
take their
could do it.
testimony that it's not, I mean, if you-
He said no?
So we can't ask for it to be continued to have more information?
No, is it your testimony that you have no violations with the Bridgeport Police Department?
With the Bridgeport what?
Police
Oh,
Department?
no.
You've never been cited for selling marijuana or anything like that?
Oh, yes.
2 years ago, we was have THCA, and that was legal to sell it. We
But
have
you
it.
guys,
But yeah, they told me this is not legal and we have a violation, but they take it off, and I got a dismiss from it because I didn't know about it. So I decided to not put any THC or THCO or THCB or nothing because I'm so confused with the law.
And the laws,
Just keep changing.
progressively
Right.
changing, so we have to
do
keep
you
up.
have something like this in New York?
No,
I
we
don't.
don't.
But you have it in Bridgeport? Okay. Bridgeport is the place to be for a smoke shop.
Well, not after tonight. Okay,
Did you by any chance ever own another smoke shop in another state or
She just said
another
no.
city?
Do we own another one? in
Did you
another
ever?
state? No.
No, okay.
all right, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
With
Thank you.
conditions?
With the condition.
Conditions, nothing,
Nothing
showing,
displayed?
Displaying and, like I say, the THC,
I don't.
whatever.
I don't.
Right. No marijuana-related products
And I'll second
We
the
had no
motion.
problem.
or cannabis-related products. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
No.
Anyone opposed?
Wait,
I'm opposed.
Do we have opposition?
One opposition.
Just me.
You're opposed?
Yes.
Okay. The matter is closed. Thank you, it passes.
we keep some of these?
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to
Do we
adjourn.
have
Oh, wait.
any,
Gotta approve the minutes.
Oh, we have,
Wait,
no,
the
we have
minutes,
minutes.
wait, I
Minutes
make a
from,
motion to approve the minutes? Oh, not yet?
I wasn't here, so.
I did not work here. Bob was here.
yeah, you were here. I was here, Ollie was here, Bob was here, but he can't, Jackie was here, Johanna was here, and Soledad.
She made a motion to approve.
Soledad. So do we have a second?
Should have been here?
All in favor?
Aye.
The minutes are approved?
Okay.
No, there's just one thing.
And then we make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, we need a motion to adjourn.
That's it, you seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you
I
very
don't think
much.
you heard us, but, I think when you
I
get on
thought
the
there was
desk
one-
and they pick it up, just leave it there.